Chapter 1. When I was young, my father gave me some advice. I have remembered it for many years. He said, "When you want to criticize someone, remember that not everyone in the world has had the same advantages that you have had." He did not say more, but we understood each other well, even when we spoke quietly. I knew he meant more than his words. Because of this, I try not to judge people quickly. This habit helped me meet many interesting people, but it also made some boring people talk to me for too long. Some unusual people can quickly see this habit in a normal person. In college, people said I was like a politician because many strangers told me their secrets and sad stories. I did not ask for these stories. Sometimes I pretended to sleep or to be busy when I saw someone wanted to tell me something very personal. Young men often speak about their feelings in ways that sound copied from others, and they do not tell everything honestly. Not judging others gives hope. I am still afraid of missing something if I forget what my father said, that people are not born with the same sense of right and wrong. Even though I say I am tolerant, there is a limit. People's actions may come from strong values or weak ones, but after some point, I do not care about the reason. When I came back from the East last autumn, I wanted the world to be calm and orderly. I did not want more wild experiences that showed me people's private feelings. Only Gatsby, the man in this story, was different to me. Gatsby stood for everything I usually dislike, but there was something wonderful about him. He was very sensitive to the promise of life, like a machine that can feel an earthquake far away. This feeling was not weak imagination, called a creative temperament. It was a rare gift for hope and romance. I have never met another person like him, and I probably never will again. Gatsby himself was good in the end. What troubled him and the bad things around his dreams made me lose interest for a time in the small joys and sorrows of other people. My family has been well known and comfortable in a Middle Western city for 3 generations. The Carraways think they are related to the Dukes of Buccleuch, but the real beginning of our family here was my grandfather's brother. He came in 1851, paid someone to go to the Civil War for him, and started a hardware business that my father still runs. I never met this great-uncle, but people say I look like him, especially like the serious painting of him in my father's office. I finished school in New Haven in 1915, 25 years after my father. Later, I went to the Great War. I enjoyed the action so much that when I came home, I felt restless. The Middle West no longer felt like the center of the world, but like the edge of it. So I decided to go east and learn the bond business. Many people I knew worked in bonds, so I thought there was space for one more single man. My relatives discussed it seriously, and my father agreed to support me for 1 year. After some delays, I came east in the spring of 1922. At first, I looked for a place to live in the city, but it was summer, and I missed open lawns and trees. A young man at work suggested we rent a house together in a town outside the city. It sounded like a good idea. He found a small, old bungalow for $80 a month, but his job suddenly sent him to Washington. So I lived there alone. I had a dog for a few days until it ran away. I also had an old Dodge car and a Finnish woman who made my bed, cooked breakfast, and spoke quietly to herself in Finnish. I felt lonely for a short time, then one morning a man who was newer than me stopped me on the road and asked how to get to West Egg Village. I showed him the way. After that, I did not feel lonely. I felt like a guide, like one of the first settlers in the neighborhood. With the sunshine and new leaves growing fast on the trees, I felt that life was beginning again with the summer. I had many books to read and fresh air that made me feel healthy. I bought many books about banking, credit, and investment. They stood on my shelf with red and gold covers like new money, promising to teach me important secrets. I also planned to read other books. In college, I liked writing and once wrote serious editorials for the Yale News. Now I wanted to return to that life and become a well-rounded man. Still, life is often easier to understand when seen from one simple point of view. By chance, I rented a house in one of the strangest places in North America. It was on a long island east of New York where two pieces of land looked like large eggs. They were 20 miles from the city and separated by a small bay in Long Island Sound. They were not perfect ovals, but they looked similar enough to surprise the birds flying above them. For people without wings, the interesting thing was how different they were in every way except shape and size. I lived in West Egg, the less fashionable place. My small house stood at the end of the land, only 50 yards from the water, between two large houses that cost many thousands of dollars each season. The house on my right was huge, like a town hall in Normandy, with a tower, new ivy on the walls, a marble swimming pool, and large lawns and gardens. It was Gatsby's mansion, though I did not know him yet. My own house was not attractive, but it was small and cheap. I could see the water and part of my neighbor's lawn, and I lived close to millionaires for $80 a month. Across the bay, the white houses of East Egg shone in the sun. The story of that summer really begins the evening I drove there to have dinner with Tom and Daisy Buchanan. Daisy was my cousin, and I knew Tom from college. After the war, I visited them in Chicago for 2 days. Tom had once been one of the strongest football players at New Haven. He was famous when he was young, and after that time his life seemed less exciting. His family was very rich, and even in college people talked about how easily he spent money. Now he had moved from Chicago to the east in a grand way, bringing polo horses from Lake Forest. It was surprising that someone my age could be so rich. I did not know why they moved east. They had lived in France for a year without a clear reason, then moved from place to place where rich people played polo. Daisy said this move was permanent, but I did not believe her. I felt Tom would always keep searching for excitement like an old football game he could not forget. On a warm, windy evening, I drove to East Egg to see them. Their house was even more beautiful than I expected, a large red and white Georgian house facing the bay. The lawn stretched from the beach to the front door, passing gardens and brick paths, then climbing up the walls of the house in green vines. The front had many French windows open to the wind. Tom stood on the porch in riding clothes. He had changed since college. He was now 30, with strong muscles, light hair, and a proud, hard face. His eyes looked confident and demanding. His riding clothes could not hide his powerful body. His voice was rough and deep, and even when he spoke kindly, there was a feeling that he believed he was better than others. We talked for a few minutes on the porch. He showed me the garden, the roses, and a motorboat near the shore. Then we went inside. We entered a bright pink room with French windows open at both ends. The wind moved the curtains like flags and made shadows on the dark red carpet. 2 young women in white dresses lay on a large couch, their clothes moving in the breeze. When Tom shut the windows, the wind stopped and everything became still. One woman was a stranger. She lay very still with her chin raised, as if balancing something. She did not look at me. I almost said sorry for disturbing her. The other woman was Daisy. She tried to stand, then laughed in a charming way. I laughed too and walked toward her. "I'm paralyzed with happiness," she said playfully. She held my hand and looked at me as if she was very glad to see me. She quietly told me the other woman's name was Baker. Miss Baker moved her lips slightly, nodded to me, and then lifted her head again carefully. I turned back to Daisy. She spoke in a soft, exciting voice that made people listen closely. Her face was beautiful but a little sad, with bright eyes and a bright mouth. There was excitement in her voice that men who loved her never forgot, as if she were promising that happy and exciting things had just happened and would happen again very soon. I told Daisy that I had stopped in Chicago for 1 day on my way east. I also told her that many people sent their love to her through me. "Do they miss me?" she cried very happily. "The whole town is empty without you," I said jokingly. "All the cars have one wheel painted black, like a sign of sadness, and all night you can hear people crying along the North Shore." "How wonderful. Let's go back, Tom, tomorrow." Then she said something else, not connected. "You should see the baby." "I'd like to," I said. "She's asleep. She's 3 years old. Haven't you ever seen her?" "Never." "Well, you should. She's—" Tom Buchanan had been moving around the room. He stopped and put his hand on my shoulder. "What are you doing now, Nick?" he asked. "I work with bonds," I said. "Where?" he asked. I told him. "Never heard of them," he said firmly. That annoyed me. You will, I said. You will if you stay in the East. Oh, I'll stay in the East, he said, looking at Daisy and then back at me like he was watching for something. I would be a fool to live anywhere else. Then Miss Baker suddenly said, Absolutely! It was the first word she had said since I came in. She seemed surprised by her own voice. She yawned and stood up with quick, skillful movements. I'm stiff, she said. I've been lying on that sofa forever. Don't look at me, Daisy said. I've been trying to get you to New York all afternoon. No thanks, Miss Baker said to the drinks that came in. I'm in training. Tom looked at her like he did not believe her. You are? He drank his drink quickly. I don't know how you ever get anything done. I looked at Miss Baker and wondered what she did. I liked looking at her. She was thin and stood very straight. She pulled her shoulders back like a young soldier. Her gray eyes looked at me with polite interest. Her face looked pale but pretty and also not fully happy. I felt I had seen her or a picture of her before. You live in West Egg, she said with contempt. I know someone there. I don't know anyone. You must know Gatsby. Gatsby? Daisy asked. What Gatsby? Before I could say he was my neighbor, dinner was announced. Tom put his arm tightly under mine and moved me out of the room, as if he was pushing a piece in a game. The two young women walked ahead of us, calm and slow, hands lightly on their hips. They went onto a pink porch facing the sunset. 4 candles flickered on the table in the weaker wind. Why candles? Daisy complained. She blew them out with her fingers. In 2 weeks it will be the longest day of the year. She smiled brightly at us. Do you always wait for the longest day and then miss it? I always wait for it and then miss it. We should plan something, Miss Baker said with a yawn, sitting down like she was going to bed. All right, Daisy said. What should we plan? Then she turned to me. What do people plan? Before I could answer, she stared at her little finger with a worried face. Look, she said, I heard it. We all looked. The knuckle was black and blue. You did it, Tom, she said. I know you didn't mean to, but you did. That's what I get for marrying a brute of a man, a big, strong... I hate that word, Tom said angrily, even as a joke. Hulking, Daisy insisted. Sometimes Daisy and Miss Baker spoke at the same time, in a light, teasing way. They did not speak with strong desire. They were calm, like their white dresses and cool eyes. They accepted Tom and me and made a polite effort to entertain us. They seemed to know dinner would end soon, and later the evening would end too, and it would all be put away easily. It felt very different from the West, where people pushed an evening quickly toward the end, always hoping for something better or fearing the moment. You make me feel uncivilized, Daisy, I said after my second glass of wine. Can't you talk about crops or something? I did not mean anything special, but the talk changed in an unexpected way. Civilization is falling apart, Tom said loudly and angrily. I've become a big pessimist. Have you read a book called The Rise of the Colored Empires by Goddard? No, I said, surprised by his tone. It's a good book, and everyone should read it, he said. It says that if we are not careful, the white race will be completely covered over. It's scientific. It's proved. Tom is getting very deep, Daisy said sadly and without much thought. He reads deep books with long words. What was that word we... These books are scientific, Tom said, impatient. This man explains everything. It's up to us, the dominant race, to watch out, or other races will control things. We've got to beat them down, Daisy whispered, and she winked at the bright sun. You should live in California, Miss Baker started, but Tom interrupted, shifting heavily in his chair. The idea is that we are Nordics, he said. I am, and you are, and you are. He paused for a tiny moment, then nodded to include Daisy, and she winked at me again. And we made civilization. Science and art and all that. Do you see? There was something sad about how serious he was, as if being confident was not enough for him anymore. Then the telephone rang inside and the butler left the porch. Daisy used that moment and leaned toward me. I'll tell you a family secret, she whispered with excitement. It's about the butler's nose. Do you want to hear? "That's why I came," I said. "Well, he was not always a butler. He used to polish silver for rich people in New York. They had silver for 200 people. He polished it all day, every day, until it affected his nose." "Things got worse and worse," Miss Baker said. "Yes," Daisy said. "Worse and worse until he had to quit." For a moment, the last sunshine fell warmly on Daisy's face. Her voice pulled me in as I listened. Then the light faded, slowly leaving her, like children leaving a bright street at dusk. The butler came back and whispered something to Tom. Tom frowned, pushed back his chair, and went inside without a word. Daisy leaned forward again, like Tom leaving made her more alive. "I love to see you at my table, Nick," she said. "You remind me of a rose, an absolute rose. Don't you think so?" she asked Miss Baker. "An absolute rose?" It was not true. I am not like a rose at all. She was making it up, but warmth came from her, like her heart was trying to reach you through her exciting words. Then suddenly she dropped her napkin and excused herself and went inside. Miss Baker and I looked at each other briefly, pretending it meant nothing. I was about to speak, but she sat up and said, "Shh," like a warning. We could hear low, emotional voices in the next room. Miss Baker leaned forward, openly trying to listen. The voices rose and fell, almost becoming clear, then stopped. "This Mr. Gatsby you mentioned is my neighbor," I began. "Don't talk," Miss Baker said. "I want to hear what happens." "Is something happening?" I asked. "You don't know?" she said, truly surprised. "I thought everyone knew." "I don't." "Well," she hesitated. "Tom has a woman in New York." "A woman?" I repeated, shocked. Miss Baker nodded. "She could at least not call during dinner," she said. "Don't you think?" Before I fully understood, Daisy and Tom came back to the table. "It couldn't be helped," Daisy cried with forced cheer. She sat down and looked at Miss Baker and then at me. "I went outside for a minute, and it's very romantic outside. There's a bird on the lawn. I think it's a nightingale that came over on a big ship. He's singing." Her voice became musical. "It's romantic, isn't it, Tom?" "Very romantic," Tom said. Then he said sadly to me, "If it's light enough after dinner, I want to show you the stables." The telephone rang again, loud and sudden. Daisy shook her head at Tom, and the stables, and every subject, disappeared. Later the candles were lit again for no real reason. I wanted to look directly at everyone, but also wanted to avoid their eyes. I did not know what Tom and Daisy were thinking. Even Miss Baker, who seemed tough and doubtful, could not completely forget the sharp, urgent telephone call. For some people, this might have felt exciting. My own feeling was that I wanted to call the police right away. Of course, we did not talk about the horses again. Tom and Miss Baker walked back into the library with a few feet of twilight between them. I followed Daisy around several porches to the front porch, trying to look polite and a little deaf. In the deep darkness, we sat side by side on a wicker seat. Daisy put her face in her hands as if feeling its shape and looked out into the dark evening. I could see she had strong emotions, so I asked gentle questions about her little girl. "We don't really know each other well, Nick," she said suddenly. "Even if we are cousins, you didn't come to my wedding." "I was not back from the war," I said. "That's true," she said. She hesitated. "Well, I've had a very bad time, Nick, and I'm cynical about everything." I waited, but she did not explain. After a moment, I weakly returned to the subject of her daughter. "I guess she talks and eats and everything?" "Oh, yes," Daisy said, looking at me without focus. "Listen, Nick, let me tell you what I said when she was born. Do you want to hear?" "Very much," I said. "It will show you how I feel about things," she said. She was less than an hour old and Tom was God knows where. I woke up after the medicine feeling completely alone. I asked the nurse if it was a boy or a girl. She said it was a girl, so I turned my head away and cried. "All right," I said, "I'm glad it's a girl. I hope she'll be a fool. That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool." "You see, I think everything is terrible," she continued. "Everyone thinks so, the most modern people. And I know. I've been everywhere and seen everything and done everything." Her eyes flashed in a defiant way like Tom's, and she laughed with sharp scorn. "Sophisticated! God, I'm sophisticated!" As soon as she stopped speaking, I felt something false in her words. I felt uneasy, as if the whole evening had been a trick to pull feelings out of me. I waited, and then she looked at me with a clear, pleased smile, as if she and Tom belonged to a special group. Inside, the red room was bright with light. Tom and Miss Baker sat at the ends of a long couch. She read aloud from a magazine in a soft, flat voice, and the words ran together like a sleepy song. The lamp shone on Tom's boots. It made Miss Baker's yellow hair look dull, like autumn leaves. When Daisy and I came in, Miss Baker held up a hand to keep us quiet. "To be continued," she said, and threw the magazine on the table. Then she stood up. 10 o'clock, she said, as if she saw the time on the ceiling. Time for this good girl to go to bed. "Jordan will play in a tournament tomorrow," Daisy explained, "over at Westchester." "Oh, you're Jordan Baker," I said. Now I knew why her face seemed familiar. I had seen it in many newspaper pictures about sports and rich social places. I had heard a bad story about her, too, but I had forgotten it. "Good night," she said softly. "Wake me at 8, will you?" "If you'll get up," Daisy said. "I will," Jordan said. "Good night, Mr. Carraway. See you soon." "Of course," Daisy said. "In fact, I think I'll arrange a marriage. Come often, Nick, and I'll sort of throw you together with someone. I'll lock you in closets by accident and push you out to sea in a boat and things like that." "Good night," Jordan called from the stairs. "I didn't hear a word." "She's a nice girl," Tom said after a moment. "They should not let her travel around like this." "Who should not?" Daisy asked coldly. "Her family." "Her family is one aunt who is about 1,000 years old," Daisy said. "Besides, Nick will look after her, right, Nick? She will spend many weekends here this summer. I think a home influence will be good for her." Daisy and Tom looked at each other silently. "Is she from New York?" I asked quickly. "From Louisville," Daisy said. "We grew up together there. Our beautiful white—" "Did you have a serious talk with Nick on the porch?" Tom demanded suddenly. "Did I?" Daisy looked at me. "I can't remember, but I think we talked about the Nordic race. Yes, I'm sure. It crept up on us, and then—" "Don't believe everything you hear, Nick," Tom said. I said lightly that I heard nothing, and soon I stood up to go home. They walked with me to the door and stood side by side in a bright square of light. As I started my car, Daisy called, "Wait! I forgot to ask you something. It's important. We heard you were engaged to a girl out west." "That's right," Tom said kindly. "We heard you were engaged." "It's not true," I said. "I'm too poor." "But we heard it," Daisy insisted, suddenly bright again. "3 people said it, so it must be true." I knew what they meant, but I was not engaged at all. Gossip had started it, and that was one reason I came east. You cannot stop seeing an old friend because of rumors, but I also did not want rumors to push me into marriage. Their interest made them feel less distant and rich, but I still drove away feeling confused and a little disgusted. It seemed to me Daisy should run out with her child in her arms, but she did not. Tom having a woman in New York was less surprising than Tom being depressed by a book. Something made him chew on old ideas, like his strong pride was not enough anymore. It was deep summer. On the road, I saw gas stations lit up, with new red pumps in bright pools of light. When I reached my small home in West Egg, I parked the car and sat for a while in the yard. The wind had stopped, and the night was loud and bright. I heard wings in the trees and a steady sound like an organ, and frogs full of life. A cat's shadow moved across the moonlight. When I turned to watch it, I saw I was not alone. About 50 feet away, a man had come out from the shadow of my neighbor's mansion. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at the stars. His slow movements and steady feet made me think it was Mr. Gatsby himself. He seemed to be checking what part of the sky belonged to him. I thought about calling to him. Miss Baker had spoken of him at dinner, and that could be my introduction. But I did not call, because he showed me he wanted to be alone. He stretched his arms toward the dark water in a strange way.
Even from far away, I felt sure he was trembling. I looked out at the sea and saw only one small green light, far away, maybe at the end of a dock. When I looked back for Gatsby, he was gone. I was alone again in the restless dark.
Chapter 2. Halfway between West Egg and New York, the road quickly comes close to the railroad. It runs next to it for a short time, about a quarter of a mile. It does this to avoid a lonely, ugly place. This place is a valley of ashes. It looks like a strange farm, but it is not a real farm. Ash is everywhere. It lies in long lines like fields. It makes small hills and dirty gardens. The ash covers houses and chimneys. It rises like smoke. Men there look ash-gray too. They move slowly in the dusty air, and they already seem tired and broken. Sometimes a line of gray train cars moves along a track you cannot see well. The cars make an awful sound, then stop. Right away the ash-gray men come out with heavy shovels. They stir up a thick cloud of dust, so you cannot see what they are doing. Above this gray land and the moving dust, you can see something after you look for a moment. You see the eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg. The eyes are huge and blue. Each eye is about 1 yard high. They are not in a real face. They are on a big yellow pair of glasses with no real nose under them. Long ago, an eye doctor put them there to get customers in Queens. Then he went away, or he went blind, or he forgot them. Now the paint is old, and sun and rain have worn it. Still the eyes look down over this sad dumping ground. The valley has a small, dirty river on one side. There is also a bridge that can lift up to let boats pass. When the bridge is up, trains must wait. The people in the train can stare at the ugly scene for a long time, even for half an hour. Trains always stop there for at least a minute. Because of this stop, I met Tom Buchanan's mistress for the first time. People often said Tom had a mistress. They talked about it in many places. Some people were angry that he went with her to popular cafes. He would leave her at a table and walk around talking to other people. I was curious to see her, but I did not want to meet her. Still, I did meet her. One afternoon I went to New York with Tom on the train. When the train stopped near the ash heaps, Tom stood up quickly. He took my elbow and forced me out of the train. "We're getting off," he said. "I want you to meet my girl." I think he drank a lot at lunch. He was very determined, almost rough. He acted like I had nothing better to do on a Sunday afternoon. We crossed a low, white railroad fence. Then we walked back along the road under the eyes of Dr. Eckelberg. The only building near us was a small, yellow brick building at the edge of the wasteland. It was like a tiny main street, but it was next to nothing. It had 3 shops. One shop was for rent. Another was an all-night restaurant reached by a path of ashes. The third was a garage. A sign said, "Repairs, George B. Wilson, cars bought and sold." Tom went inside and I followed. Inside, the place looked poor and empty. The only car I saw was a broken old Ford in a dark corner, covered in dust. For a moment I imagined there might be rich rooms upstairs, hidden like a trick. But then the owner came out of a small office, wiping his hands on a dirty cloth. He was a blond man. He looked weak and tired. He was pale, but a little good-looking. When he saw Tom, a small hope appeared in his light blue eyes. "Hello, Wilson," Tom said, slapping his shoulder. "How's business?" "I can't complain," Wilson said, but it did not sound true. "When will you sell me that car?" "Next week. My man is working on it now," Tom said. "He works pretty slow, doesn't he?" Wilson asked. "No, he doesn't," Tom said coldly. "If you feel that way, maybe I should sell it somewhere else." "I don't mean that," Wilson said quickly. "I just meant—" He stopped speaking. Tom looked around the garage with impatience. Then I heard steps on a stair. A woman came into the doorway, blocking the light. She was in her middle 30s. She was a little heavy, but she carried her body in a warm, sensual way. She wore a dark blue dress with spots. Her face was not pretty, but she had strong life in her. It felt like her nerves were always burning. She smiled slowly. She walked past her husband as if he was not there. Then she shook hands with Tom, looking straight into his eyes. She wet her lips and spoke to her husband in a soft, rough voice without turning around. "Get some chairs," she said, "so someone can sit down." "Oh, sure," Wilson said. He hurried away to the office and almost disappeared into the gray walls. White ash dust covered his dark suit and his pale hair, like it covered everything there. But it did not seem to cover his wife, who moved close to Tom. "I want to see you," Tom said seriously. "Get on the next train." "All right," she said. "I'll meet you by the newsstand on the lower level."
She nodded and moved away. Just then Wilson came back with 2 chairs. We waited down the road where we could not be seen. It was a few days before July 4th. A thin Italian child was putting small fireworks in a line along the track.
"Terrible place, isn't it?" Tom said, frowning up at the big eyes. "Awful," I said. "It does her good to get away," Tom said. "Doesn't her husband object?" I asked. "Wilson? He thinks she goes to see her sister in New York," Tom said. "He's so dumb he doesn't even know what's going on." So Tom, his girl, and I went up to New York. Not fully together because Mrs. Wilson sat in another train car. Tom did that because some East Egg people might be on the train, and he did not want them to see her with him.
In New York, she wore a brown dress with patterns. It was tight over her wide hips. Tom helped her out onto the platform. At the newsstand, she bought a gossip paper and a movie magazine. In a drugstore, she bought cold cream and a small bottle of perfume. Outside, in the loud street, she let 4 taxis go away before she chose one. It was lavender-colored, with gray seats. We drove into bright sunshine. Then she suddenly turned from the window and tapped the glass in front. "I want to get one of those dogs," she said. "A dog is nice to have in an apartment." We stopped by an old gray man who looked strangely like John D. Rockefeller. He had a basket hanging from his neck. Inside were many very young puppies. "What kind are they?" Mrs. Wilson asked. "All kinds," the man said. "What kind do you want?" "I want a police dog," she said. "Do you have one?" The man looked into the basket and pulled out a puppy by the back of its neck. "That's not a police dog," Tom said. "It's not exactly a police dog," the man said, disappointed. "It's more like an Airedale." He touched its brown back. "Look at that coat. It won't catch cold." "I think it's cute," Mrs. Wilson said. "How much?" "That dog will cost $10, the man said. The puppy was not a true Airedale, but it had some Airedale in it. Its feet were very white. Mrs. Wilson took it and held it on her lap, stroking it happily. "Is it a boy or a girl?" she asked. "It's a boy," the man said. "It's a girl," Tom said firmly. He gave the man money. "Go buy 10 more dogs with it," he said rudely. We drove on 5th Avenue. The summer Sunday felt warm and soft, almost like the country. I would not have been surprised to see sheep turning a corner. "Hold on," I said. "I have to leave you here." "No, you don't," Tom said quickly. "Myrtle will be hurt if you don't come up to the apartment. Won't you, Myrtle?" "Come on," she said. "I'll call my sister Catherine. People say she's very beautiful." "I'd like to, but—" I began. But we went on. We drove across the park toward the west side. At 158th Street, the taxi stopped at one building in a long row of white apartment buildings. Mrs. Wilson looked around like a queen coming home. She gathered her dog and her other things and went inside in a proud way. "I'm going to have the McKees come up," she said in the elevator, "and I have to call my sister, too." The apartment was on the top floor. It had a small living room, a small dining room, a small bedroom, and a bathroom. The living room was crowded with furniture that was too big for it. When you tried to walk, you kept bumping into the furniture. The furniture had pictures on it of ladies swinging in gardens at Versailles. On the wall, there was one picture. It was a very large photo that looked like a hen sitting on a rock. But from far away, it looked like a bonnet, and then you could see the face of a fat old woman looking down. On the table were old gossip papers, a book called Simon Called Peter, and small scandal magazines. Mrs. Wilson first cared for the dog. An elevator boy did not want to, but he went to get a box with straw and some milk. He also bought hard dog biscuits. One biscuit sat in the milk all afternoon, getting soft. Meanwhile, Tom took a bottle of whiskey from a locked drawer. I have been drunk only twice in my life,
and the second time was that afternoon. Because of that, everything later felt foggy and unclear, even though the apartment was full of bright sun until after 8 o'clock. Sitting on Tom's lap, Myrtle called several people on the phone. Then we had no cigarettes, so I went out to buy some. When I came back, Tom and Myrtle were gone, so I sat quietly in the living room and read a chapter of Simon Called Peter. Either the book was terrible, or the whiskey changed my mind because it made no sense to me. Soon Tom and Myrtle came back. After the first drink, Myrtle and I used first names. Then visitors began to arrive. Myrtle's sister Catherine came in first. She was thin and worldly, about 30. She had red hair and a short bob that looked stiff and sticky. Her face was very white with powder. Her eyebrows had been plucked and then drawn on again at a sharper angle, so her face looked a bit blurry. Her arms had many pottery bracelets that clicked all the time. She came in quickly, looking like she owned the place. She looked around at the furniture like it belonged to her. I wondered if she lived there. When I asked, she laughed too much, repeated my question out loud, and said she lived in a hotel with a girlfriend.
Then Mr. McKee came in from the apartment below. He was pale and looked a bit feminine. He had just shaved, and there was still a white spot of shaving cream on his cheek. He greeted everyone very politely. He told me he was in the artistic game. Later I learned he was a photographer. He had made the big photo of Myrtle's mother on the wall, which looked ghostly. His wife came too. She was loud, slow, pretty, and unpleasant. She said proudly that her husband had taken 127 photos of her since they married. By then, Myrtle had changed clothes. Now she wore a fancy cream-colored dress that rustled as she moved. With the dress, her whole manner changed too. In the garage, she seemed alive and direct. In the apartment, she acted proud and important. Her laughter, her gestures, and her strong statements became more and more dramatic. As she grew larger in spirit, the room seemed smaller, and she moved like a loud wheel turning in smoky air. "My dear," she shouted to Catherine in a high voice, "most men will cheat you. They only think about money. A woman came to look at my feet last week, and when she gave me the bill, you'd think she did surgery on me." "What was her name?" Mrs. McKee asked. "Mrs. Eberhardt," Myrtle said. "She goes to homes and looks at people's feet." "I like your dress," Mrs. McKee said. "It's adorable." Myrtle lifted an eyebrow and did not accept the compliment warmly. "It's just an old thing," Myrtle said. "I put it on when I don't care how I look." "But it looks wonderful," Mrs. McKee insisted. "If Chester could photograph you like that, he could make something of it." We all looked at Myrtle. She moved hair away from her eyes and smiled brightly. Mr. McKee studied her like a worker. He put his head to one side and moved his hand slowly in front of his face. "I would change the light," he said. "I want the shape of the face to show, and I'd try to get all the back hair." "I wouldn't change the light," Mrs. McKee cried. "I think it's—" Her husband said, "Shh," and we all looked again. Tom yawned loudly and stood up. "You McKees should have a drink," he said. "Myrtle, get more ice and mineral water before everyone falls asleep." "I told that boy about the ice," Myrtle said, upset. "These people, you have to push them all the time." She looked at me and laughed without reason. Then she kissed the dog with strong joy and swept into the kitchen, acting like many cooks were waiting for her. "I've done some nice things out on Long Island," Mr. McKee said. Tom looked at him with no expression. "Two of them are framed downstairs," Mr. McKee said. "Two what?" Tom asked. "Two pictures," Mr. McKee said. "One is called Montauk Point, the Gulls. The other is Montauk Point, the Sea." Catherine sat beside me on the couch. "Do you live on Long Island too?" she asked. "I live in West Egg," I said. "Really? I was at a party there about a month ago," she said. "At a man named Gatsby's. Do you know him?" "I live next door to him," I said. "Well, they say he is related to Kaiser Wilhelm," she said. "That's where his money comes from."
Really? I said. She nodded. I'm scared of him. I'd hate for him to find something about me. Then Mrs. McKee pointed at Catherine and spoke quickly. Chester, you could do something with her. Mr. McKee only nodded, bored, and turned back to Tom. I'd like to do more work on Long Island, he said. If I could get in, I only ask for a start. Ask Myrtle, Tom said, laughing loudly as Myrtle came in with a tray. She will write you a letter, won't you, Myrtle? Do what? Myrtle asked, startled. You'll write McKee a letter to your husband, Tom said, making it up as he went. George B. Wilson at the gasoline pump, or something like that. Catherine leaned close to me and whispered, Neither of them can stand the person they married, she said. Can't they? I asked. Can't stand them, she repeated. She looked at Myrtle and then at Tom. If they can't stand them, why stay married? If I were them, I'd divorce and marry each other right away. Doesn't Myrtle like Wilson either? I asked. Myrtle overheard. She answered in a violent way, using very rude words. You see? Catherine said, pleased. Then she lowered her voice. It's really Tom's wife who keeps them apart. She's Catholic, and Catholics don't believe in divorce. Daisy was not Catholic, so I was a little shocked by how detailed this lie was. When they marry, Catherine continued, they will go west for a while until it calms down. It would be more quiet to go to Europe, I said. Oh, do you like Europe? She asked quickly. I just got back from Monte Carlo. Really? I said. Last year, she said. I went with another girl. We only went there and back. We went by Marseille. We had over $1,200 when we started, but we were cheated out of it in 2 days in private rooms. It was hard to get back. God, I hated that town. The late sky in the window looked blue and sweet for a moment. Then Mrs. McKee's sharp voice pulled me back. I almost made a mistake too, she said strongly. I almost married a man who chased me for years. I knew he was below me. Everyone told me he was below me. But if I hadn't met Chester, he would have gotten me for sure. Yes, but at least you didn't marry him, Myrtle said. I know I didn't, Mrs. McKee said. Well, I married mine, Myrtle said, and that's the difference. Why did you, Myrtle? Catherine asked. No one forced you. Myrtle thought for a moment. I married him because I thought he was a gentleman, she said. I thought he knew good manners, but he wasn't even fit to lick my shoe. You liked him for a while, Catherine said. Liked him? Myrtle cried. Who said that? I never liked him more than I like that man there. She pointed at me. Everyone looked at me like I did something wrong. I tried to show with my face that I expected no love from her. The only crazy time was when I married him, Myrtle said. I knew right away it was a mistake. He borrowed someone's best suit to marry me. He never told me. One day the owner came for it when George was out. Oh, is that your suit? I asked. This is the first I ever heard of it. I gave it back. Then I lay down and cried all afternoon. She really should leave him, Catherine said to me again. They've lived over that garage for 11 years, and Tom is the first man she ever had like this. Now the whiskey bottle, then a second bottle, was used again and again by almost everyone except Catherine. She said she felt good without drinking. Tom rang for the janitor and sent him to buy famous sandwiches. They were enough for a full supper. I wanted to leave and walk toward the park in the soft evening, but each time I tried, some loud argument pulled me back into my chair like ropes. High above the city, our yellow windows must have looked like any other windows, hiding secrets. I also imagined a person outside, looking up and wondering what was happening. I felt both inside and outside at the same time. I was both drawn in and pushed away by how many kinds of life I saw. Myrtle pulled her chair close to mine. Then, with her warm breath near me, she told me about how she first met Tom. It was on the train, she said. We sat in the 2 little seats facing each other, the ones left at the end. I was going to New York to see my sister. Tom wore a formal suit and shiny shoes. I could not stop looking at him. But every time he looked at me, I pretended to look at an ad above his head. When we came into the station, he was right next to me. His white shirt pressed my arm. I told him I'd call a policeman, but he knew I was lying. I was so excited that when I got into a taxi with him, I almost forgot I was not getting on the subway. I kept thinking again and again, "You can't live forever, you can't live forever." Then she turned to Mrs. McKee and laughed in a loud, fake way. "My dear," Myrtle cried, "I will give you this dress when I'm done with it. I have to get another one tomorrow. I'm going to make a list of what I must buy. A massage, a hair wave, a collar for the dog, and one of those cute ashtrays you touch and it opens. And a wreath with a black bow for my mother's grave that will last all summer. I have to write it down so I don't forget." It was 9 o'clock. Soon after that I looked at my watch and it was 10. Mr. McKee was asleep in a chair. His fists were tight in his lap. He looked like a photo of a strong man, but he was just sleeping. I used my handkerchief to wipe off the dried shaving cream on his cheek. It had bothered me all afternoon. The puppy sat on the table, looking with dull eyes through the smoke. From time to time it made a small groan. People disappeared and came back. They made plans to go somewhere, then lost each other, then found each other again only a few feet away. Near midnight, Tom and Myrtle stood face to face. They argued in angry, emotional voices about whether Myrtle had a right to say Daisy's name. "Daisy! Daisy! Daisy!" Myrtle shouted. "I'll say it whenever I want. Daisy! Tom made one quick, hard move. He hit her in the face with his open hand and broke her nose. Then there were bloody towels on the bathroom floor. Women's voices scolded. Over the noise, Myrtle made a long, broken cry of pain. Mr. McKee woke up and moved toward the door, confused. Halfway there, he turned and stared. His wife and Catherine were scolding and also trying to help. They moved around the crowded furniture with things to help Myrtle. Myrtle lay on the couch, bleeding a lot, trying to cover the furniture with a gossip magazine. Then Mr. McKee turned and went out. I took my hat from the chandelier and followed him. "Come to lunch someday," he said as we went down in the elevator. "Where?" I asked. "Anywhere," he said. "Keep your hands off the lever," the elevator boy snapped. "I beg your pardon," Mr. McKee said with dignity. "I didn't know I was touching it." "All right," I said. "I'll be glad to." Later, the rest is only in broken pieces in my mind. I was standing beside his bed. He was sitting up in his underwear, holding a big folder. He said words like titles, one after another. Beauty and the Beast, Loneliness, Old Grocery Horse, Brooklyn Bridge. Then I was lying half asleep in the cold lower level of Pennsylvania Station. I was staring at the morning newspaper and waiting for the 4 o'clock train. Chapter 3. During the summer nights, I often heard music from my neighbor's house. The sound came across the dark water and the warm air. In his blue garden, many men and many girls came and went. They moved like moths that fly near a light. I heard quiet talk, and I saw bright champagne glasses. I saw stars above them. In the afternoon, when the tide was high, I watched his guests at the beach. Some people dived from a high tower on a raft. Some people lay on the hot sand and took the sun. 2 motorboats moved fast on the Sound. They cut the water and made white foam. They pulled aquaplanes behind them, and the boards jumped over the waves. On weekends, Gatsby's Rolls-Royce became like a bus. It carried groups of people to the city and back again. It started around 9 in the morning and went on until after midnight. His station wagon was also busy. It ran like a quick yellow bug. It went to meet every train. It brought new people to the house. On Mondays, 8 servants worked all day. There was also an extra gardener. They cleaned with mops and brushes. They fixed things with hammers. They cut plants with garden shears. They repaired the damage from the night before. Every Friday, 5 crates of oranges and lemons arrived from a fruit shop in New York. Every Monday, those same oranges and lemons left the back door. They were now only empty halves, piled up like a small mountain. In the kitchen, there was a machine for juice. It could take juice from 200 oranges in half an hour. But a butler had to press a small button many times. He had to press it again and again. At least once every 2 weeks, many caterers came to the house. They brought long pieces of canvas. They brought many colored lights. The lights could make Gatsby's huge garden look like a Christmas tree. On long tables, there was much food. There were shiny, small snacks. There were baked hams with spices. There were salads with many colors. There were cakes shaped like pigs. There were turkeys made dark gold by the oven. In the main hall there was a bar with a real brass rail. It was full of gin and other strong drinks. There were also sweet drinks. Some drinks were very old. Many young women did not know the difference between them. By 7 o'clock, the orchestra arrived. It was not a small group. It was a big group, like a whole pit at a theater. There were many instruments. There were oboes and trombones. There were saxophones and viols. There were cornets and piccolos. There were low drums and high drums. At that time, the last swimmers came back from the beach. They went upstairs to dress. Cars from New York arrived and parked in the drive. They were parked very close, 5 deep. The halls and rooms and porches became bright and loud. People wore strong colors. Many women had hair cut in strange new ways. They wore shawls and dresses that looked very expensive. The bar was very busy. Drinks moved from hand to hand. Trays of cocktails went out into the garden. Soon the air was full of talk and laughter. People made small jokes and small hints. People met, and people forgot names at once. Women greeted women with excitement, even if they did not know each other. As night came, the lights grew brighter. The earth moved away from the sun, and the sky became darker. The orchestra played cocktail music. The voices of people became louder too. Laughter became easier every minute. People laughed a lot, and they did it for small reasons. Groups changed quickly. A group grew when new people arrived. Then it broke apart. Then it formed again. Confident girls walked through the crowd. A girl could become the center of a group for one bright moment. Then she moved on again, happy and proud, into a new sea of faces and voices and colors. The light also kept changing. Suddenly, one of these confident girls did something bold. She wore a dress that shone like opal. She caught a cocktail from the air. She drank it quickly for courage. Then she went alone onto the dancing platform of canvas. People became quiet for a moment. The orchestra leader changed the rhythm for her. Then talk burst out again. A false story went around that she was an understudy for a famous dancer from the Follies. At that point, the party truly began. I believe that on the first night I went to Gatsby's house, I was one of the few people who had really been invited. Most people were not invited. They simply went. They got into cars and were carried out to Long Island. Somehow they arrived at Gatsby's door. When they got there, someone introduced them, often a person who knew Gatsby. After that, they acted as if they were in an amusement park. They followed the easy rules of fun. Sometimes people came and went and never met Gatsby at all. They came to the party with a simple heart, as if the party itself was their ticket. But I had a real invitation. On Saturday morning, a chauffeur came across my lawn. He wore a uniform of robin's egg blue. He brought a formal note from his employer. The note said Gatsby would be honored if I came to his little party that night. It also said Gatsby had seen me several times. He had wanted to visit me earlier, but a strange mix of events had stopped him. The note was signed J. Gatsby. The handwriting was strong and grand. That night I dressed in white flannels. A little after 7 I went over to his lawn. I walked around, not feeling comfortable. People moved around me in circles and waves. I did not know them, but here and there I saw a face I had seen on the commuter train. One thing surprised me right away. I saw many young Englishmen at the party. They were well dressed. They looked a little hungry, like they needed something. They spoke in low, serious voices to rich Americans. I felt sure they were selling something. Maybe they were selling bonds or insurance or cars. They were very aware of the easy money around them. They believed they could get it with a few smooth words. When I arrived, I tried to find my host. I asked 2 or 3 people where Gatsby was. They stared at me as if I was strange. They spoke strongly and said they did not know. They acted as if they knew nothing about his movements. This made me feel small, so I moved away. I walked toward the cocktail table. It was the one place where a single man could stand for a while without looking lonely and without purpose. I was almost ready to get very drunk, only because I felt embarrassed. Then Jordan Baker came out of the house. She stood at the top of the marble steps. She leaned back a little and looked down at the garden with interest and a bit of contempt. Welcome or not, I felt I needed to stay close to someone. I did not want to talk warmly to strangers by myself, so I went to Jordan. "Hello!" I called out loudly. My voice sounded too loud in the garden. "I thought you might be here," she said. "I remembered you lived next door to—" She held my hand without feeling, like a sign that she would help me soon. Then she listened to two girls who came in twin yellow dresses. They stopped at the foot of the steps. "Hello!" they cried together. "Sorry you didn't win." They meant the golf tournament. Jordan had lost in the final the week before. "You don't know who we are," said one girl, "but we met you here about a month ago." "You've dyed your hair since then," Jordan said. I was surprised, but the girls had already moved on. Jordan spoke as if to the early moon in the sky. The moon seemed to appear like the supper, as if a caterer brought it out in a basket. Jordan put her slender golden arm in mine. We went down the steps and walked in the garden. A tray of cocktails came toward us through the twilight. We sat at a table with the two girls in yellow and three men. Each man was introduced as Mr. Mumble. That felt funny because they all seemed to have the same name. Jordan asked the girl beside her, "Do you come to these parties often?" "The last one was the one I met you at," the girl answered in a quick, confident voice. She asked her friend, "Wasn't it for you too, Lucille?" "Yes, it was for me too," Lucille said. "I like to come," Lucille said. "I never care what I do, so I always have a good time. Last time I was here, I tore my gown on a chair. Gatsby asked my name and address. In 1 week, I got a package from a shop with a new evening dress." "Did you keep it?" Jordan asked. "Of course," Lucille said. "I wanted to wear it tonight, but it was too big in the chest. I had to change it. It was gas blue with lavender beads. It cost $265. "There's something funny about a man who does that," the other girl said eagerly. "He doesn't want trouble with anyone." "Who doesn't?" I asked. "Gatsby," she said. Then she leaned in. "Somebody told me—" The two girls and Jordan leaned close together. They spoke like they were sharing a secret. "Somebody told me he killed a man once," the first girl said. A thrill went through us. The three Mr. Mumbles leaned forward and listened. "I don't think that's it," Lucille said, doubtful. "I think he was a German spy during the war." One of the men nodded. "I heard that from a man who knew him well," he said. "He grew up with him in Germany." "Oh no," the first girl said. "That can't be true, because he was in the American Army during the war." Then she leaned forward again. "Sometimes you look at him when he thinks no one is watching. I bet he killed a man." She narrowed her eyes and shivered. Lucille shivered too. We all looked around for Gatsby. We did not see him near. People whispered about him because he made them imagine romantic stories. Many of these people had nothing else in life that they needed to whisper about. The first supper was served then. There would be another supper after midnight. Jordan invited me to join her own group at another table. There were 3 married couples. There was also Jordan's escort. He was a college boy. He liked to make rude hints. He seemed to believe Jordan would give herself to him someday. But the group tried to look calm and proper. They wanted to represent good country society. They were East Egg people. They looked down a little on West Egg. They watched themselves carefully, as if West Egg was too wild. After a half hour, Jordan whispered, "Let's get out. This is too polite for me." We stood up. She said we should find the host. She said I had never met him, and it made me uneasy. The college boy nodded in a sad, cynical way. We looked first at the bar, but Gatsby was not there. Jordan looked from the steps, but she could not find him. He was not on the porch either. Then, by chance, we tried a serious-looking door. We walked into a high Gothic library. The walls were covered with dark carved wood. It looked like the whole room came from England. A stout, middle-aged man sat there. He wore huge glasses like an owl. He was drunk. He sat on the edge of a large table and stared at the books with shaking attention. When we entered, he turned quickly and looked Jordan up and down. "What do you think?" he demanded. "About what?" Jordan asked. He waved at the shelves. "About that," he said. "But you don't need to check. I checked. The books are real." "The books?" Jordan asked. He nodded. "Absolutely real," he said. They have pages and everything. I thought they would be cardboard, but they're real. Look." He pulled out a book and showed us the printed pages. He was proud, like he won a prize. He said Gatsby was like a great theater man because he made it all so real. He also said Gatsby knew when to stop because the pages were not cut open. He put the book back fast and said if one book was moved, maybe the whole library would fall apart. Then he asked us, "Who brought you? Or did you just come?" I was brought. Most people were brought. He said he was brought by a woman named Roosevelt. He said he met her last night. He also said he had been drunk for a week. He thought sitting in a library might make him sober. We left him politely and went back outside. Now people were dancing on the canvas floor in the garden. Old men pushed young girls in circles. Some couples danced very closely and carefully, as if they wanted to look fashionable. Many single girls danced alone. Sometimes a girl played with the band for a moment, taking an instrument and making noise. By midnight, the wild happiness grew bigger. A famous singer sang in Italian. Another singer sang in jazz. Between songs, people did stunts in the garden. Loud, empty laughter rose up toward the summer sky. The two girls in yellow turned out to be stage twins. They did a baby act in costume. Champagne was served in very large glasses. The moon rose higher. On the sound, the water looked like silver scales. I was still with Jordan. We sat at a table with a man about my age and a small, loud girl. The small girl laughed very easily. I was enjoying myself now. I drank champagne. The scene began to feel important to me, as if it showed something deep. During a quiet moment, the man looked at me and smiled. "Your face is familiar," he said. "Were you in the 1st Division during the war?" "Yes," I said. "I was in the 28th Infantry." "I was in the 16th until June 1918, he said. I knew you." We talked about small, wet, gray villages in France. He seemed to live near here because he told me he had just bought a hydroplane. He said he would try it in the morning. "Do you want to come with me, old sport?" he asked. "Just near the shore." "What time?" I asked. "Any time you like," he said. I was about to ask his name. Then Jordan looked around and smiled. "Are you having a good time now?" she asked. "Much better," I said. Then I spoke to the man again. "This is unusual for me. I haven't even seen the host. I live next door." I pointed toward my home behind the hedge. Gatsby sent his driver with an invitation. For a moment the man looked at me as if he did not understand. "I'm Gatsby," he said. "What?" I said. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know." "I thought you knew, old sport," he said. "I'm afraid I'm not a good host." He smiled at me. His smile was rare. It made you feel safe. It made you feel he liked you. It seemed to say, "I understand you." It believed in you the way you want to believe in yourself. Then the smile changed, and I saw him clearly. He was a young man, a little over 30. He looked elegant, but also like a tough man from the street. His speech was very formal, almost too formal. I felt he chose his words carefully. Just then a butler came quickly and said Chicago was calling him on the phone. Gatsby bowed a little and excused himself. "If you want anything, ask," he said to me. "Excuse me, I will come back later." When he left, I turned to Jordan at once. I told her I was surprised. I had imagined Gatsby would be older and fat. "Who is he?" I asked. "Do you know?" "He's just a man named Gatsby," she said. "Where is he from? What does he do?" I asked. Now she gave a small, tired smile. "He told me once he was an Oxford man," she said. But then she added, "I don't believe it." "Why not?" I asked. "I don't know," she said. "I just don't think he went there." Her tone made me remember the rumors again. Young men did not usually appear from nowhere and buy a huge house on Long Island Sound. That felt strange to me. "Anyway," Jordan said, "he gives big parties. I like big parties. Big parties feel intimate. At small parties there is no privacy." Then the orchestra leader spoke loudly. He announced a new piece of music by a man named Vladimir Tostov. He said it caused attention at Carnegie Hall last May. People, when he said it was some sensation. He called it Vladimir Tostof's Jazz History of the World. I did not really understand the music. As it began, I saw Gatsby again. He stood alone on the marble steps. He looked from group to group with approving eyes. His skin was brown from the sun. His hair was short and neat, like it was cut every day. I did not see anything dark or evil in him. He did not drink. This made him look different from his guests. As the guests became louder and more friendly, Gatsby seemed more correct and more controlled. Women leaned on men. Women fell back into men's arms in a playful way, but no one fell back on Gatsby. No woman rested her head on Gatsby's shoulder. Gatsby stayed alone. Then Gatsby's butler came to us. "Miss Baker?" he asked. "Mr. Gatsby would like to speak to you alone." "With me?" Jordan asked, surprised. "Yes," the butler said. Jordan stood up slowly. She raised her eyebrows at me as if to say, "What is this?" Then she followed the butler into the house. I noticed she moved like an athlete. She wore her evening dress like it was sports clothes. She walked with a light, strong confidence, as if she learned to walk on golf courses. Now I was alone, and it was almost 2 o'clock. I heard strange sounds from a long room upstairs. I went inside. I avoided Jordan's college boy, who was talking to 2 chorus girls and begging me to join him. The big room was full of people. One of the girls in yellow played the piano. A tall, red-haired woman from a chorus stood and sang. She drank a lot of champagne. During her song, she decided that everything was very sad. She did not only sing, she cried too. When she stopped singing for a moment, she filled the silence with broken sobs. Then she sang again with a shaking voice. Tears ran down her cheeks. When the tears touched her heavy eyelashes, the tears became dark and inky. They went down her face in slow black lines. Someone made a joke about singing the notes on her face. She lifted her hands, sat down, and fell into a deep drunken sleep. "She had a fight with a man who says he is her husband," a girl near me explained. I looked around. Many women were now fighting with men who were called their husbands. Even Jordan's polite East Egg group was broken by arguments. One man spoke intensely to a young actress. His wife tried to laugh in a calm way, but she could not. She began to attack him. She appeared at his side like an angry jewel and hissed, "You promised!" People did not want to go home. In the hall, 2 sober men stood with their very angry wives. The wives complained loudly. "Whenever he sees I'm having fun, he wants to go home." I never heard anything so selfish. "We are always the first to leave. So are we." One husband said, "Well, we are almost the last tonight. The orchestra left half an hour ago." The fight ended with a short struggle. Both wives were carried out kicking into the night. I waited for my hat in the hall. Then the library door opened. Jordan and Gatsby came out together. Gatsby said a last word to her. But when other people came near to say goodbye, Gatsby became formal again. Jordan's group called to her from the porch, but she stayed for a moment to shake hands. "I just heard the most amazing thing," she whispered to me. "How long were we in there?" "About an hour," I said. "It was simply amazing," she said again. "But I promised I wouldn't tell, and now I'm teasing you." She yawned in my face. Then she spoke quickly while she moved away. "Please come and see me, phone book, under Mrs. Sigourney Howard, my aunt." Her hand waved at me as she joined her party. I felt a little ashamed that I stayed so late at my first visit. I joined the last guests near Gatsby. I wanted to say I looked for him earlier, and I was sorry I did not meet him sooner. "Don't mention it," Gatsby said quickly. "Don't think about it, old sport." He touched my shoulder in a calm, friendly way. Then he said, "Don't forget we are going up in the hydroplane tomorrow morning at 9. Then the butler spoke behind him. "Philadelphia wants you on the phone, sir." "All right," Gatsby said. "In a minute. Tell them I'll be right there." Then he said goodbye to his guests. I walked down the steps, but the night was not over. 50 feet from the door, many headlights lit a strange scene. In a ditch beside the road, a new car sat upright, but one wheel was missing. The car had just left Gatsby's drive 2 minutes before. A sharp wall nearby explained it. The wheel had come off after hitting it. Many drivers stood around and stared. Their cars blocked the road, and horns behind them made loud, angry noise. A man in a long coat stood in the road. He looked from the car to the wheel and back again. He looked pleasantly confused.
"See," he said, "it went in the ditch." I recognized him. He was the man with the owl-like glasses from the library. "How did it happen?" someone asked. He shrugged. "I know nothing about machines," he said. "But did you hit the wall?" someone asked. "Don't ask me," he said. "I know almost nothing about driving. It happened, and that's all." Someone said, "If you drive badly, you shouldn't drive at night." "But I wasn't even trying," he said, angry. "I wasn't even trying." People became quiet, shocked. Then someone said, "Do you want to kill yourself? You're lucky it was only a wheel." "You don't understand," the owl-eyed man said. "I wasn't driving. There's another man in the car." The door of the car opened slowly. The crowd stepped back. Then a pale man stepped out, piece by piece, like a ghost. He moved his foot carefully on the ground. He wore a big dancing shoe. He was very drunk and confused by the lights and the horns. "What's the matter?" he asked calmly. "Did we run out of gas?" People pointed at the missing wheel. He stared at it, then looked up as if it fell from the sky. "It came off," someone said. He nodded. "At first I didn't notice we stopped," he said. Then he straightened and said, "Can you tell me where there is a gas station?" Many men tried to explain that the wheel and the car were not connected anymore. "Back out," the drunk man suggested. "Put it in reverse." "But the wheel's off," someone shouted. He paused. "No harm in trying," he said. The horns grew louder. I turned away and walked across Gatsby's lawn toward my own home. I looked back once. A thin piece of moon shone over Gatsby's house. The night looked beautiful again. The garden still glowed. But now an empty feeling came from the windows and doors. Gatsby stood alone on the porch. His hand was up in a formal goodbye. He looked completely alone. When I read what I wrote later, it may sound like only 3 nights mattered to me, but that is not true. Those nights were only small parts of a crowded summer. Most of the time I worked. In the morning, I hurried through lower New York to my office at Probity Trust. I knew other clerks and young bondmen. I ate lunch with them in dark, crowded restaurants. I ate simple food like sausages, potatoes, and coffee. For a short time, I also had a small affair with a girl. She lived in Jersey City and worked in an accounting department. But her brother began to look at me in a mean way. When she went on vacation in July, I let the affair fade away quietly. I usually ate dinner at the Yale Club. For some reason, it was the saddest part of my day. After dinner, I went upstairs to the library there. I studied investments and securities for 1 careful hour. There were loud people in other rooms, but they did not come into the library, so it was a good place to work. After that, if the night air felt soft and warm, I walked through the city. I walked down Madison Avenue. I passed the old Murray Hill Hotel. I crossed 33rd Street to Pennsylvania Station. I began to like New York. At night it felt sharp and adventurous. The constant movement of men and women and cars pleased my restless eyes. I liked to walk on Fifth Avenue. I looked at women in the crowd and imagined romantic stories. I imagined that in a few minutes I would enter their lives. No one would know and no one would blame me. In my mind, I followed some women to hidden streets and corners. In my mind, they turned and smiled at me. Then they disappeared through a door into warm darkness. Sometimes, in the city twilight, I felt lonely. I also saw loneliness in other people. I saw young clerks standing in front of shop windows. They waited until it was time to eat alone. They were poor young men wasting the strongest moments of the night. At 8 o'clock, in the dark streets of the 40s, many taxis waited in long lines, 5 deep. They were going to the theater district. People leaned close together inside the taxis. Voices sang. Laughter came from jokes I could not hear. Cigarettes made small circles of light inside. When I imagined I was also going to fun, and I was sharing their secret excitement, I wished them well. For a while I did not see Jordan Baker. Then, in midsummer, I found her again. At first I felt proud to go places with her. She was a golf champion, and many people knew her name. Then it became something more. I was not really in love, but I felt tender curiosity. Her bored, proud face hid something. One day I learned what she hid. We were at a house party in Warwick.
She left a borrowed car in the rain with the top down. Then she lied about it. Suddenly, I remembered a story about her from earlier. At her first big golf tournament, there was trouble. People suggested she moved her ball to a better place in an important match. It almost became a big scandal. Then it died away. A caddy took back his words. Another witness said he might be wrong. But the story and her name stayed together in my mind. Jordan avoided clever, sharp men. Now I understood why. She felt safer with people who believed she could not break the rules. She was deeply dishonest. She could not bear to look weak or to be at a disadvantage. Because of this, I think she learned to use small tricks when she was young. She used them to keep her cool, proud smile and to satisfy her strong, confident body. For me, it did not matter very much. Dishonesty in a woman is not something you blame deeply. I felt a little sorry, and then I forgot it. At that same house party, we talked about driving. She drove very close to some workmen. Our car almost hit them, and our fender touched a button on a man's coat. "You are a bad driver," I said. "You should be more careful, or you should not drive at all." "I am careful," she said. "No, you are not," I said. "Well, other people are," she said lightly. "What does that have to do with it?" I asked. "They will move out of my way," she said. "It takes two people to make an accident." "What if you meet someone as careless as you?" I asked. "I hope I never will," she said. "I hate careless people. That's why I like you." Her gray eyes looked straight ahead. But she changed our relationship on purpose with that sentence. For a moment, I thought I loved her. But I am slow to think, and I have many rules inside me. These rules stop my desires like brakes. I knew I had to free myself from a problem back home first. Back home there was a girl. I wrote her a letter once a week. I signed it, "Love, Nick." And when I thought of her, I always remembered one small thing. When she played tennis, a faint, dark sweat line appeared on her upper lip like a tiny mustache. Still, there was a quiet understanding between us, and it had to end in a careful way before I was free. Everyone thinks he has at least one great virtue. I think my virtue is this: I am one of the few honest people I have ever known. Chapter 4. On Sunday morning, church bells rang in the small villages near the shore. At the same time, the world came back to Gatsby's house. His guests came back too, like a mistress returning. They laughed and shone on his lawn as if the whole place was sparkling. "He's a bootlegger," some young women said, walking between the cocktails and the flowers. "One time he killed a man. The man found out he was a nephew of von Hindenburg and a cousin of the devil." Then they talked in a silly way. "Give me a rose, honey," one said, "and pour the last drop into this crystal glass." One time I wrote down the names of people who came to Gatsby's house that summer. I wrote them on the empty spaces of a train timetable. That timetable is old now. It is falling apart where it folds. At the top it says, "This schedule in effect July 5th, 1922. But I can still read the gray names. These names show better than my general words what kind of people came. They accepted Gatsby's food and parties, and they paid him a quiet tribute. They knew nothing about him at all. From East Egg came the Chester Beckers and the Leaches. A man named Bunsen came too. I knew him at Yale. Dr. Webster Civet came, and later he drowned in Maine. The Hornbeams and the Willie Voltaires came. A whole group named Blackbuck always gathered in a corner. They lifted their noses like goats at anyone who came near. The Ismays and the Christies came too, or rather it was Hubert Auerbach and Mr. Christie's wife. Edgar Beaver came. People said his hair turned white one winter afternoon for no reason. Clarence Endive came from East Egg too, as I remember. He came only once. He wore white pants and had a fight with a poor man named Etty in the garden. From farther on the island came the Cheadles and the O.R.P. Schraders. The Stonewall Jackson Abrams of Georgia came. The Fishguards and the Ripley Snells came. Snell was there only 3 days before he went to prison. He was so drunk on the gravel drive that Mrs. Ulysses Sweat's car ran over his right hand. The Danceys came. S.B. Whitebait came too, and he was over 60. Maurice A. Flink came. The Hammerheads came. Beluga, the tobacco importer, came, and Beluga's girls came with him. From West Egg came the Poles and the Mulreadys. Cecil Roebuck and Cecil Shone came. Gulick, a state senator, came. Newton Orchid came. He controlled a film company. Eckhoust and Clyde Cohen came. Don S. Schwartz, the son, came. Arthur McCarty came. Many of them were connected to movies. The Catlips and the Bembergs came. G. Earl Muldoon came, the brother of a man who later strangled his wife. Da Fontano, the promoter, came. Ed LeGros came. James B. Rotgut Ferret came. The De Jongs and Ernest Lilly came. They came to gamble. When Ferret walked into the garden, it usually meant he had lost all his money. Then a business called Associated Traction would move in the market the next day. A man named Klipspringer came so often that people called him the Boarder. I doubt he had any other home. There were theater people, too. Gus Ways came, and Horace O'Donovan, and Lester Meyer, and George Duckweed, and Francis Bull. From New York came the Chromes and the Backhysons. The Denekers and Russell Betty came. The Corrigans and the Kellehers came. The Dewars and the Scullys came. S.W. Belcher came. The Smirks came. The young Quinns came. They are divorced now. Henry L. Palmetto came. Later he killed himself by jumping in front of a subway train in Times Square. Benny McClenahan always arrived with 4 girls. They were never exactly the same girls, but they looked so alike that it felt like they had been there before. I forgot their names. Maybe Jacqueline or Consuela or Gloria or Judy or June. Their last names were either sweet like flowers and months or strong like the names of famous rich Americans. If you pushed them, they would admit they were cousins of someone important. I also remember Faustina O'Brien came at least once. The Baedeker girls came. Young Brewer came, his nose had been shot off in the war. Mr. Albrucksberger came, and Miss Hogg, his fiancée. Ardita Fitzpeters came. Mr. P. Jewett came, once a leader of the American Legion. Miss Claudia Hipp came, with a man people said was her driver. And a prince of something came, too. We called him Duke, and if I ever knew his real name, I forgot it. All these people came to Gatsby's house that summer. One morning late in July, at 9 o'clock, Gatsby's beautiful car came up my rocky drive. It moved with a sudden jump and made music from its horn, 3 clear notes. It was the first time he had come to visit me, but I had been to 2 of his parties. I had ridden in his hydroplane, and at his strong request, I had used his beach many times. "Good morning, old sport," he said. "You're having lunch with me today, and I thought we could ride up together." He was sitting on the dashboard of his car in an easy, skilled way. It was a very American way of moving, quick and confident. But even while he tried to be careful and polite, this restless energy kept breaking through. He was never fully still. A foot tapped. A hand opened and closed. He always looked like he was holding himself back. He saw me looking at his car with admiration. "It's pretty, isn't it, old sport?" he said. He jumped down so I could see it better. "Haven't you ever seen it before?" Of course I had. Everyone had. It was a rich cream color, bright with shiny metal. It was very long, and it seemed to have many boxes inside it, for hats, for supper, for tools. It had many windshields like layers, and they caught the sun and reflected it like many suns. When we sat inside, behind all that glass, it felt like we were in a green leather room made of car seats. Then we started toward the city. In the past month, I had talked with Gatsby perhaps 6 times. I was disappointed because he did not say much. My first idea that he was an important person slowly faded. He became to me only the owner of a fancy party house next door. Then came the strange ride. Before we even reached West Egg Village, Gatsby began to stop in the middle of his elegant sentences. He slapped his knee like he could not decide what to say. "Look here, old sport," he said suddenly. "What do you think of me?" I felt surprised and a little trapped. I began to give a general, safe answer, but he cut in quickly. "I'm going to tell you something about my life," he said. "I don't want you to get the wrong idea of me from all these stories you hear." So he knew the strange accusations people whispered at his parties. "I'll tell you God's truth," he said. His right hand moved as if he was calling heaven to watch him. "I am the son of rich people in the Middle West. They are all dead now. I grew up in America, but I was educated at Oxford because my family has always been educated there. It is a tradition. He looked at me from the side. At that moment, I understood why Jordan thought he was lying. He hurried the words, educated at Oxford. He swallowed them like they hurt him. Because of that, his whole story seemed weak, and for a moment I wondered if there was something dark about him. "What part of the Middle West?" I asked, trying to sound calm. "San Francisco," he said. "I see," I said. "My family died," he said, "and I got a lot of money." His voice became serious, like the memory still frightened him. For a moment I thought he might be joking, but when I looked at him, I felt he was not joking. "After that," he said, "I lived like a young prince in many cities in Europe, Paris, Venice, Rome. I collected jewels, mostly rubies. I hunted big animals. I painted a little. I did things only for myself. And I tried to forget something very sad that happened long ago. I wanted to laugh because the words sounded like stories from cheap books. They felt old and used, but I held myself back. "Then the war came, old sport," he said. "It was a relief. I tried hard to die, but I kept living. I became a first lieutenant. In the Argonne Forest, I led my machine gun men far forward. We were alone, with a big gap on both sides. We stayed there 2 days and 2 nights, 130 men with 16 guns. When the infantry came up, they found signs of 3 German divisions among the dead. I was made a major. Every Allied government gave me a medal. Even Montenegro, little Montenegro by the Adriatic Sea." He smiled and nodded as if he was proud of the words "little Montenegro." His smile seemed to understand history and bravery, as if he truly cared about it. My doubt fell down for a moment. I listened with fascination. It felt like I was reading many magazines quickly. He reached into his pocket. A small metal piece on a ribbon fell into my hand. "That one is from Montenegro," he said. I was surprised because it looked real. The words around it said, "Ordere di Danilo," and "Montenegro," and "Nicholas Rex." "Turn it," he said. I turned it over and read, "Major J. Gatsby, for valor extraordinary." Then he showed me another thing. "I always carry this," he said. "It's from Oxford." He handed me a photograph. It showed young men in jackets standing under an arch. Behind them you could see tall building tops. Gatsby was there, looking a little younger. He held a cricket bat. Then I began to believe him. It all seemed true. In my mind I saw his life in Europe. I saw jewels and grand rooms. I saw him opening a box of rubies to calm his sad heart. "I'm going to ask you a big favor today," he said, putting the medal and photo away. "So I thought you should know something about me. I didn't want you to think I was just nobody. You see, I often feel alone among strangers. I drift around, trying to forget the sad things that happened." He paused. "You'll hear about it this afternoon." "This afternoon?" I asked. "At lunch?" "No," he said. "This afternoon. I found out you're taking Miss Baker to tea." "Do you mean you're in love with Miss Baker?" I asked. "No, old sport," he said. "I'm not. But Miss Baker has agreed to speak to you about this matter." I had no idea what "this matter" was. I felt more annoyed than curious. I had not asked Jordan to tea in order to talk about Gatsby. I felt sure his request would be strange and impossible. For a moment I regretted ever going to his parties. After that, Gatsby said no more. As we got closer to the city, he became more careful and polite again. We passed ships near Port Roosevelt. We drove fast by a poor area with dark old bars. Then the Valley of Ashes opened on both sides. As we passed, I saw Mrs. Wilson at the gas pump. She was straining and moving with hard energy. We drove through Astoria, our car spreading light like wings. Then, as we turned under the pillars of the elevated tracks, I heard a familiar sound behind us, a motorcycle. A policeman rode up beside us. "All right, old sport," Gatsby called. We slowed. Gatsby took a white card from his wallet and waved it. The policeman tipped his cap. "Right you are," he said. "I'll know you next time, Mr. Gatsby. Excuse me." "What was that?" I asked. Was it your Oxford picture? I did the commissioner a favor once, Gatsby said. He sends me a Christmas card every year. We drove over the Great Bridge. The sunlight flashed through the metal parts. The city rose across the river in bright white shapes like heaps of sugar. When you see New York from the Queensboro Bridge, it always feels like seeing it for the first time. It feels full of mystery and beauty and promise. We passed a hearse with flowers carrying a dead man. Behind it were cars with sad curtains. Then came more cars for friends. The friends looked out with tragic faces. I felt a strange thing. I was glad Gatsby's splendid car was part of their sad day, even for a moment. As we crossed Blackwell's Island, a limousine passed us. A white driver drove it. Inside sat 3 fashionable black people, 2 men and a woman. I laughed a little because they looked at us with proud eyes like they were competing. I thought, anything can happen now that we cross this bridge, anything at all. Even Gatsby could happen without being a miracle. At noon, I met Gatsby for lunch in a cool cellar restaurant on 42nd Street. My eyes needed time to adjust from the bright street. I saw Gatsby in a small room talking to another man. "Mr. Carraway," Gatsby said, "this is my friend Mr. Wolfsheim." A small man with a flat nose raised his head. His nostrils had thick hair. His eyes were tiny, and in the half-dark I saw them only after a moment. He shook my hand strongly. He was talking about a story. He said he gave money to someone and told him not to pay another man until that man closed his mouth. Then he stopped his story and stared at Gatsby's face with his nose, like his nose spoke for him. Gatsby took both of us by the arm and led us into the restaurant. The waiter asked about drinks. "This is a nice place," Mr. Wolfsheim said, looking at the ceiling paintings. "But I like the place across the street better." Gatsby agreed to have highballs. He said it was too hot in the other place. "Hot and small," Mr. Wolfsheim said, "but full of memories." "What place is that?" I asked. "The old Metropole," he said. Then he spoke sadly about the old Metropole. He said it was full of faces that were dead now. He told a story about a man named Rosie Rosenthal who was shot there. He said Rosie was eating and drinking all night. Near morning, a waiter said someone wanted to speak to Rosie outside. Rosie got up to go, but Mr. Wolfsheim pulled him down and told him not to go out. But Rosie went anyway. Mr. Wolfsheim said Rosie turned and told them not to let the waiter take away his coffee. Then Rosie went outside, and someone shot him 3 times in the stomach. I remembered that some men were punished for that crime, and I said so. Mr. Wolfsheim corrected me and said 5 were punished. Then, very suddenly, he looked at me with interest. "I understand you're looking for a business connection," he said. That surprised me, because we were just talking about murder. Gatsby answered quickly. "Oh no," Gatsby said, "this isn't the man." Mr. Wolfsheim looked disappointed, then apologized. He began to eat with great care and also great hunger. His eyes moved slowly around the room, looking at people. I felt he might even look under the table if I was not there. Gatsby leaned toward me. "Old sport," he said, "I'm afraid I made you angry this morning." He smiled again, but this time I tried not to be pulled in by it. "I don't like mysteries," I said. "I don't understand why you won't tell me plainly what you want. Why does it have to come through Miss Baker?" "Oh, it's nothing dishonest," he said. "Miss Baker is a great sportswoman. She would never do anything wrong." Suddenly he looked at his watch. He jumped up and hurried away. "He has to telephone," Mr. Wolfsheim said, watching him. "Fine fellow, isn't he? Handsome and a perfect gentleman." "Yes," I said. "He's an Oxford man," Mr. Wolfsheim said. "Oh," I said. He pronounced it Ogsford and asked if I knew that college. He said it was famous. I asked if he had known Gatsby long. "Several years," he said proudly. "I met him after the war. After 1 hour, I knew he was a man of breeding. I said to myself, that is the kind of man you want to take home to your mother and sister." Then he paused. "I see you're looking at my cuff buttons." I had not been looking, but I looked now. They were made from small pieces of ivory. "They are human teeth," he said calmly, "the finest specimens." "Well," I said, shocked, "that is an interesting idea." He said Gatsby was very careful about women. He said Gatsby would never even look at a friend's wife. When Gatsby came back, Mr. Wolfsheim quickly finished his coffee and stood up. "I enjoyed my lunch," he said. "Now I will leave before I stay too long. I am 50 years old. I belong to another generation. You young men talk about sports and young ladies." He shook hands and left. His nose trembled as if he felt sad. Gatsby said Mr. Wolfsheim was sometimes sentimental. I asked who he really was. An actor? A dentist? "No," Gatsby said. "He's a gambler." Then he added calmly, "He's the man who fixed the World Series in 1919. "Fixed the World Series?" I repeated. The idea hit me hard. I knew the 1919 World Series had been fixed, but I never thought one man could do it and trick millions of people. "How did he do that?" I asked. "He saw the chance," Gatsby said. "Why isn't he in jail?" I asked. "They can't catch him," Gatsby said. "He's smart." I paid the bill. While the waiter brought my change, I saw Tom Buchanan across the room. "Come with me," I said to Gatsby. "I need to say hello to someone." Tom saw us and came toward us quickly. "Where have you been?" Tom demanded. "Daisy is furious because you didn't call." Then I said, "This is Mr. Gatsby, Mr. Buchanan." They shook hands. Gatsby's face looked tense and embarrassed. Tom questioned me about where I had been eating. I said I had lunch with Gatsby. Then I turned, but Gatsby was gone. That afternoon, Jordan told me a long story from the past. She said it began in October 1917. She said she was walking in Louisville. She walked partly on sidewalks and partly on lawns. She liked the lawns because she wore English shoes with rubber knobs that held the ground. She wore a new plaid skirt. Banners in front of houses moved in the wind, like they were saying, "Tut tut," as if they did not approve. The largest lawn and the largest banner belonged to Daisy Fay's house. Daisy was 18 and very popular. She dressed in white. She had a small white car. All day her telephone rang. Young officers from a nearby camp called her and begged to see her that night, even for 1 hour. That morning, Jordan saw Daisy in her white car by the curb. Daisy sat with a lieutenant Jordan had never seen before. They were so focused on each other that Daisy did not see Jordan until Jordan was very close. Daisy called, "Hello, Jordan, come here." Jordan felt proud because she admired Daisy. Daisy asked if Jordan was going to the Red Cross to make bandages. Jordan was. Daisy asked Jordan to tell them Daisy could not come that day. The officer looked at Daisy in a way that felt romantic. Jordan remembered it for years. The officer's name was J. Gatsby. Jordan did not see him again for more than 4 years. Even when she later met Gatsby on Long Island, she did not realize he was the same man. Jordan said that later Daisy became wild for a time. There were rumors. People said Daisy tried to run away one winter night to go to New York and say goodbye to a soldier going overseas. Her mother stopped her. Daisy fought with her family for weeks. After that, she stopped seeing soldiers and began to see men who could not join the army. Later, Daisy became lively again. After the war ended, she had a big coming-out event. In February, she was said to be engaged to a man from New Orleans. In June, she married Tom Buchanan from Chicago. It was a huge wedding, bigger than Louisville had ever seen. Tom came with many people in private train cars. He rented a whole floor of a hotel. The day before the wedding, he gave Daisy a string of pearls worth a great amount of money. Jordan was a bridesmaid. She came to Daisy's room before the dinner. She found Daisy lying on the bed, beautiful in her dress, but very drunk. Daisy held a bottle of wine and a letter. "Congratulate me," Daisy said. "I never drank before, but I enjoy it." Jordan was scared. She had never seen a girl act like that. Daisy pulled out the pearls and told Jordan to take them downstairs and give them back. She said, "Tell them Daisy changed her mind." Then she began to cry again and again. Jordan ran for help. They locked the door, put Daisy into a cold bath, and tried to calm her. Daisy would not let go of the letter. She took it into the bath and squeezed it into a wet ball. Only when it began to fall apart did she let it go. Then Daisy became quiet. They gave her smelling salts and ice. They put her back into her dress. Half an hour later, the pearls were back around her neck, and the problem seemed finished. The next day, she married Tom without fear and went on a long trip. Jordan later saw them in California, Daisy looked deeply in love with Tom. If he left the room, Daisy looked worried until he came back. She sat with his head in her lap on the sand, touching his face. It looked sweet and almost funny to watch. But then Tom had a car accident. A girl with him broke her arm. People said the girl was a hotel maid. Later, Daisy had her baby. They went to France for a year. Jordan saw them again in Europe, then later in Chicago. Daisy stayed popular and kept a good reputation. Jordan said maybe it helped that Daisy did not drink. If you do not drink while others drink hard, you can stay quiet and choose your moments. People do not notice small bad things when they are drunk. Jordan said that about 6 weeks before, Daisy heard Gatsby's name again for the first time in years. It was when Jordan asked me if I knew Gatsby. After I went home, Daisy came into Jordan's room and asked, "What Gatsby?" Jordan described him, half asleep, and Daisy said in a strange voice that it must be the man she once knew. Only then did Jordan connect Gatsby with the officer in Daisy's white car. After Jordan told me this, we left the plaza and rode through Central Park. The sun went down behind tall buildings. Children's voices rose from the grass. They sang a song about the Sheik of Araby. I said, "It is a strange coincidence." "But it is not a coincidence," Jordan said. "Why not?" I asked. "Gatsby bought that house so Daisy would be across the bay," she said. Then I understood. Gatsby was not reaching only for stars that night I saw him stretching his arms. He was reaching for Daisy, too. Suddenly, he became real to me, not just a man with pointless bright parties. Jordan continued. "Gatsby wants to know if you will invite Daisy to your house one afternoon," she said. "Then you will let Gatsby come over." The request felt small, but also huge. Gatsby had waited 5 years. He bought a mansion and threw parties for strangers, all for one simple hope, to come over quietly to Daisy. I said, "Did I really need to know all this before he could ask such a small thing?" "He is afraid," Jordan said. "He waited so long. He thought you might be offended. Under it all, he is tough." Something worried me. "Why didn't he ask you to arrange it?" I asked. "He wants her to see his house," Jordan said. "And your house is right next door." Jordan said Gatsby had half expected Daisy to wander into one of his parties, but she never did. Then Gatsby began to ask people if they knew her. Jordan was the first person he found. That night he called Jordan into the house during the party, and he spoke in a long, careful way before asking. Jordan suggested a lunch in New York, but Gatsby did not want to do anything too bold. He wanted Daisy right next door. Jordan said when Gatsby learned I was a friend of Tom's, he almost gave up. Gatsby did not know Tom well, but he said he had read a Chicago newspaper for years just to see Daisy's name. It was dark now. As we passed under a small bridge, I put my arm around Jordan's shoulder. I pulled her closer and asked her to dinner. Suddenly, I was not thinking about Daisy and Gatsby. I was thinking about Jordan, clean, hard, limited, full of doubt, but close inside my arm. A phrase beat in my head like music. There are only the pursued, the pursuing, the busy, and the tired. "And Daisy should have something in her life," Jordan said softly. "Does Daisy want to see Gatsby?" I asked. "She must not know," Jordan said. "Gatsby doesn't want her to know. You only invite her to tea." We passed dark trees, then the pale lights of 59th Street shone into the park. I had no girl waiting for me in the city, so I held Jordan closer. Her pale mouth smiled with scorn, and I pulled her close again, this time to my face. Chapter 5. When I came home to West Egg that night, I was afraid for a moment that my house was on fire. It was 2 o'clock, and the whole corner of the peninsula was full of bright light. The light fell in a strange way on the bushes. It also made long, thin lines of light on the wires along the road. When I turned the corner, I saw the truth. It was not my house. It was Gatsby's house. His house was bright from the tower at the top to the cellar at the bottom. At first, I thought it was another party. I thought it was a wild party again. I imagined people running everywhere, playing games in the whole house and laughing loudly. I even thought it might be like a children's game, with everyone hiding and searching in every room. But there was no sound. There was no music. There were no voices. There was only the wind in the trees. The wind moved the wires and the lights went off and on again. It was like the house was blinking, like it was winking into darkness and then opening its eyes again. My taxi groaned away and I stood there. Then I saw Gatsby. He was walking toward me across his lawn. "Your place looks like the World's Fair," I said. "Does it?" he said. He turned his eyes toward the bright house, but he looked absent, as if he was not really thinking about it. "I have been glancing into some of the rooms. Let's go to Coney Island, old sport, in my car." "It's too late," I said. "Well then," he said, "suppose we take a plunge in the swimming pool. I haven't used it all summer." "I've got to go to bed," I said. "All right," he said. He did not walk away at once. He waited. He looked at me with a kind of hidden eagerness, like he wanted me to say something, like he was holding his breath. "I talked with Miss Baker," I said after a moment. "I'm going to call Daisy tomorrow and invite her over here to tea." "Oh, that's all right," he said, trying to sound careless. "I don't want to put you to any trouble." "What day would suit you?" I asked. "What day would suit you?" he said quickly, correcting me. "I don't want to put you to any trouble, you see." "How about the day after tomorrow?" I asked. He thought for a moment. Then, slowly, with reluctance, he said, "I want to get the grass cut." We both looked down at the grass. There was a sharp line where my rough lawn ended and where his darker, well-kept lawn began. I suspected he did not mean his own grass. I suspected he meant my grass. "There's another little thing," he said, and then he stopped and hesitated, as if he could not find the right words. "Would you rather put it off for a few days?" I asked. "Oh, it isn't about that," he said. "At least," he began and stopped again. He fumbled with a series of beginnings, like he was trying many doors and finding them locked. "Why, I thought, why, look here, old sport, you don't make much money, do you?" "Not very much," I said. That answer seemed to reassure him. He looked a little more confident. He continued more smoothly. "I thought you didn't," he said, "if you'll pardon my asking. You see, I carry on a little business on the side, a sort of sideline, you understand. And I thought that if you don't make very much, you're selling bonds, aren't you, old sport?" "Trying to," I said. "Well, this would interest you," he said. "It wouldn't take up much of your time, and you might pick up a nice bit of money. It happens to be a rather confidential sort of thing." I understand now that, under different circumstances, that talk might have become a turning point in my life. But here it was obvious. It was an offer, and it was also a request for a service. The way he said it was clumsy. He was trying to buy something from me. So I had no real choice. I had to stop him. "I've got my hands full," I said. "I'm much obliged, but I couldn't take on any more work." "You wouldn't have to do any business with Wolfsheim," he said. He thought I was afraid of the connection that came up at lunch. He thought I did not want to be near that kind of business. I told him he was wrong, and that was not the reason. He waited a little longer. He seemed to hope I would begin a new conversation and make things easier. But I was too full of thoughts to answer him in a warm way. So he went home unwillingly, as if he had lost something. The evening had made me lightheaded and happy. I think I walked into sleep the moment I entered my front door. So I do not know if Gatsby went to Coney Island that night. I do not know if he really went to the pool. I do not know how many hours he glanced into rooms while his house blazed brightly with light. The next morning, from the office, I called Daisy and invited her to come to tea. "Don't bring Tom," I warned her. "What?" she said. "Don't bring Tom," I said again. "Who is Tom?" she asked in an innocent voice, as if she did not understand, as if the name was not real. The day we agreed on was pouring rain. It rained hard and long. At 11 o'clock, a man in a raincoat came to my front door. He was dragging a lawnmower behind him. He tapped, and when I opened the door, he said that Mr. Gatsby had sent him to cut my grass. That reminded me of another thing. I had forgotten to tell my Finnish woman to come back to work. So I drove into West Egg Village. I searched for her among wet, whitewashed alleys. Everything looked soggy and cold. I also had to buy things for tea, cups, lemons, and flowers, but the flowers were not needed. At 2 o'clock, a greenhouse arrived from Gatsby's house, full of flowers. There were so many flowers and so many boxes and containers for them that it almost looked like a shop. They filled the place with life, even though the sky was gray. An hour later, the front door opened in a nervous way, and Gatsby hurried in. He wore a white flannel suit, a silver shirt, and a gold-colored tie. He was pale. Under his eyes there were dark signs, like he had not slept. "Is everything all right?" he asked at once, as if he could not wait even 1 second. "The grass looks fine," I said, "if that's what you mean." "What grass?" he asked blankly. Then he said, "Oh, the grass in the yard." He looked out the window, but from his face I could tell he was not really seeing anything outside. "Looks very good," he said vaguely. "One of the papers said they thought the rain would stop about 4. I think it was the Journal. Have you got everything you need in the shape of tea?" I took him into the pantry. My Finn was there. Gatsby looked at her with a little reproach, as if he wanted the house to look perfect and calm. Together we looked at the lemon cakes I had bought. There were 12 cakes from the shop. "Will they do?" I asked. Of course, they're fine," he said, too quickly, too loudly, and then he added in a hollow way, "Old sport." The rain became lighter at about 3:30. It turned into a damp mist. Now and then a thin drop fell, like dew. Gatsby sat with vacant eyes and looked at a book. The book was Clay's Economics, but he did not read it. He stared at the Finnish woman's steps as she moved in the kitchen. He also peered toward the wet windows again and again, as if invisible but frightening things were happening outside. Finally, Gatsby stood up. "I'm going home," he said in an uncertain voice. "Why's that?" I asked. "Nobody's coming to tea," he said. "It's too late." He looked at his watch as if time was attacking him. "I can't wait all day." "Don't be silly," I said. "It's just 2 minutes to 4. He sat down miserably, like I pushed him down into the chair. At the same time, we heard a motor turning into my lane. We both jumped up. I felt nervous, too. I went out into the yard. Under the dripping lilac trees, a large open car came up the drive. It stopped. Daisy's face looked out at me. Her head was tipped a little sideways under a lavender hat with 3 corners. She smiled with bright happiness. "Is this absolutely where you live, my dearest one?" she said. Her voice was like a wild tonic in the rain. I had to follow the sound of it for a moment before the words felt real. A wet streak of hair lay across her cheek like a line of blue paint. Her hand was wet with shining drops when I took it to help her from the car. "Are you in love with me?" she said low in my ear. "Or why did I have to come alone?" "That's the secret," I said. "Tell your chauffeur to go far away and spend an hour." "Come back in an hour, Ferdy," she called. Then she added in a serious little murmur, "His name is Ferdy." "Does the gasoline affect his nose?" I asked. "I don't think so," she said innocently. "Why?" We went in. To my great surprise, the living room was empty. "Well, that's funny," I said. "What's funny?" she asked. Then there was a light, dignified knock at the front door. Daisy turned her head. I went out and opened it. Gatsby stood there, pale as death. His hands were plunged into his coat pockets like heavy weights. He stood in a puddle of water. His eyes glared into mine with a tragic look. With his hands still in his pockets, he walked past me into the hall. Then he turned sharply, like a man moving on a wire, and disappeared into the living room. It was not funny at all. My heart was beating loudly. I closed the door against the rain, which was still falling harder. For half a minute, there was no sound. Then I heard from the living room a choking murmur and part of a laugh. Then Daisy's voice came, too clear, too careful, like she was acting. "I certainly am awfully glad to see you again." A pause followed. It lasted in a horrible way. I stood in the hall and did not know what to do. At last, I went in. Gatsby was still keeping his hands in his pockets. He was leaning against the mantelpiece. He was trying to look relaxed, even bored, but it was a strained, false calm. His head leaned back so far that it rested against the face of an old clock on the mantel. His eyes were upset and wild. From that strange position, he stared down at Daisy. Daisy was sitting on the edge of a stiff chair. She looked frightened, but still graceful. "We've met before," Gatsby said in a low voice. His eyes glanced at me for a moment. His lips opened as if he tried to laugh, but nothing came out. At that moment, the clock tilted. It began to fall because of the pressure of his head. Gatsby jumped and caught it with trembling fingers. He set it back in place carefully. Then he sat down stiffly. He put an elbow on the sofa arm and his chin in his hand, like he was trying to hold himself together. "I'm sorry about the clock," he said. My face felt hot and burned. I could not find one simple, polite sentence, even though I had 1,000 in my head. "It's an old clock," I said stupidly. I think we all believed for a moment that it had smashed on the floor. "We haven't met for many years," Daisy said, trying to sound calm and normal. 5 years next November," Gatsby answered at once. The automatic way he said it made the room colder again. I tried to rescue them. I said they should help me make tea in the kitchen. They stood up, and in that movement I pulled them forward. Then the Finnish woman brought in the tea on a tray. With cups and cakes and little sounds, the air became more normal. A kind of basic decency returned. Gatsby moved into a shadow like he wanted to hide. Daisy and I talked a little. Gatsby looked from her to me and back again with tense and unhappy eyes. But calmness was not the goal. I knew I should leave them alone for a moment. So at the first possible time, I made an excuse and stood up. "Where are you going?" Gatsby asked at once. "I'll be back," I said. "I've got to speak to you about something before you go," he said. He followed me wildly into the kitchen. He closed the door and whispered, "Oh, God," in a voice. "What's the matter?" I asked. "This is a terrible mistake," he said. He shook his head from side to side. "A terrible, terrible mistake." "You're just embarrassed," I said. And luckily, I added, Daisy is embarrassed too. "She's embarrassed?" he asked. "Just as much as you are," I said. "Don't talk so loud," he said. "You're acting like a little boy," I said. "Not only that, you're rude. Daisy is sitting in there all alone." He lifted a hand to stop me. He looked at me with a deep, unforgettable reproach. Then he opened the door carefully and went back into the living room. I left the house through the back way, just as Gatsby had done earlier when he made a nervous circuit of the house. I ran to a huge black tree with thick leaves. The leaves made a kind of roof against the rain. It was pouring again. My lawn, cut neatly now by Gatsby's gardener, was full of small, muddy swamps and wet, old-looking patches like marshes. There was nothing to look at except Gatsby's enormous house. So I stared at it for half an hour. I thought about the story of the house. A brewer had built it early in that period-style craze about 10 years before. People said he once offered to pay 5 years of taxes for the neighboring cottages if the owners would put straw roofs on them. They refused, and maybe that refusal broke his plan to start a family and a tradition. He went into decline. His children later sold the house, and the black wreath was still on the door. Americans may accept being servants, but they refuse being peasants. After half an hour, the sun came out again. A grocer's car brought food for Gatsby's servants' dinner. I felt sure Gatsby himself would not eat any of it. A maid opened the upper windows. She appeared for a moment in each one. Then she leaned from a large central window and spat into the garden, calmly, as if she was thinking. It was time for me to go back. While it rained, it had sounded like the rain was mixed with their voices inside, rising and falling with emotion. But now, in the new quiet, I felt a heavy silence had fallen inside the house, too. I went back in. I tried to make noise in the kitchen so they would know I returned. I made every sound I could, short of pushing over the stove. But I do not believe they heard anything. They were sitting at opposite ends of the couch. They were looking at each other as if a question was in the air. The embarrassment was gone. Daisy's face was smeared with tears. When I came in, she jumped up and wiped her face with her handkerchief in front of a mirror. But Gatsby had changed in a way that shocked me. He seemed to glow. He did not say a proud word. He did not make a proud gesture. But a new well-being came out of him and filled the small room. "Oh, hello, old sport," he said, as if he had not seen me for years. For a moment I thought he would shake my hand. "It stopped raining," I said. "Has it?" he asked. Then he realized what I meant. Sunlight was shining into the room like small bells, like bright little twinkles. Gatsby smiled like a man who studies weather. He smiled like a happy believer in returning light. Then he repeated it to Daisy, as if it was wonderful news. "What do you think of that? It stopped raining." "I'm glad, Jay," Daisy said. Her throat sounded full of aching beauty, but it carried joy, too, a joy she did not expect. "I want you and Daisy to come over to my house," Gatsby said. "I'd like to show her around." "You're sure you want me to come?" I asked. "Absolutely, old sport," he said. Daisy went upstairs to wash her face. Only then I remembered my towels and felt embarrassed because my house was not prepared. Gatsby and I waited on the lawn. "My house looks well, doesn't it?" he demanded. "See how the whole front catches the light?" I agreed that it looked splendid. "Yes," he said. His eyes moved over every tower and every door. "It took me just 3 years to earn the money that bought it." "I thought you inherited your money," I said. "I did, old sport," he answered automatically, "but I lost most of it in the big panic, the panic of the war." I think he hardly knew what he was saying. When I asked him what business he was in, he answered, "That's my affair," and only after that he realized it sounded wrong. "Oh," he corrected himself, "I've been in several things. I was in the drug business, and then I was in the oil business, but I'm not in either one now." He looked at me more closely. "Do you mean you've been thinking over what I proposed the other night?" Before I could answer, Daisy came out. 2 rows of brass buttons on her dress caught the sunlight and shone. "That huge place there?" she cried, pointing at Gatsby's house. "Do you like it?" Gatsby asked. "I love it," Daisy said, "but I don't see how you live there all alone." "I keep it full of interesting people," Gatsby said, "night and day, people who do interesting things, celebrated people." We did not take the shortcut by the water. We went down to the road and entered by a large side gate. Daisy made small, happy sounds as she looked at the house from different angles. She admired the shape against the sky. She admired the gardens. She named flowers and smelled them. She spoke of sweet smells, fresh smells, and light smells. It felt strange to reach the marble steps and hear no party noise. There were no bright dresses. There were only birds in the trees. Inside, as we walked through the rooms, I felt a strange thing. The rooms were so rich and so ready for guests that I felt as if guests were hiding behind every couch and under every table. I imagined they were ordered to stay silent until we passed. When Gatsby closed the door of the Merton College Library, I felt I could almost hear the owl-eyed man from the party laugh like a ghost. We went upstairs. We passed bedrooms with pink and lavender silk. We passed dressing rooms and game rooms. We passed bathrooms with big baths. In one room, a messy man in pajamas was doing exercises on the floor. It was Mr. Klipspringer, the boarder. I had seen him on the beach that morning. At last we came to Gatsby's own rooms, a bedroom, a bath, and a study. We sat down, and Gatsby took a bottle from a cupboard in the wall and gave us a glass of a strong green drink. Gatsby did not stop looking at Daisy. He watched her face all the time. I think he was measuring his whole house by her reaction. If she liked something, it became more valuable. If she did not look at something, it lost value. Sometimes he stared around at his possessions as if they were not real anymore, because Daisy was real and sitting there. Once he nearly fell down a staircase because he was not paying attention. His bedroom was the simplest room, except for one thing. On the dresser, there was a gold toilet set, dull gold, but real. Daisy picked up a brush with delight and smoothed her hair. Gatsby sat down, shaded his eyes, and laughed. "It's the funniest thing," he said, almost too excited. When I try to—" He seemed to pass through different states. First he was embarrassed, then he was full of joy. Now he was full of wonder. He had dreamed of Daisy so long. He had built the idea for years. Now the real moment was here, and he was running down, like a clock wound too tight and now losing power. Then he recovered and opened 2 big cabinets. They were full of clothes, suits, dressing gowns, ties, and piles of shirts. The shirts were stacked like bricks, many stacks, very high. "I've got a man in England who buys me clothes," he said. "He sends things at the beginning of each season, spring and fall." He pulled out a pile of shirts and began to throw them onto a table, one by one. There were shirts of thin linen, thick silk, fine flannel. As they fell, they opened and spread. Soon the table was covered in many colors. Gatsby brought more and more. The pile grew higher. There were stripes, scrolls, and checks, in coral, apple green, lavender, faint orange. Many had monograms in dark blue. Then suddenly Daisy bent her head into the shirts and cried. She cried hard and stormily. "They're such beautiful shirts," she said. Her voice was muffled in the cloth. "It makes me sad because I've never seen such beautiful shirts before." After the house, Gatsby wanted to show the grounds, the pool, the hydroplane, and the summer flowers. But outside it began to rain again. So we stood at a window and looked at the water. "If it wasn't for the mist, we could see your home across the bay," Gatsby said. "You always have a green light that burns all night at the end of your dock." Daisy put her arm through his. Gatsby seemed lost in thought. Maybe he felt something painful. That green light had been huge for him for years. It had been like a star. It had seemed close because it was connected to Daisy. But now Daisy was there beside him, real and near. So maybe the green light lost its magic. Now it was only a green light on a dock. One enchanted object had disappeared from his list. I walked around the room, looking at objects in the half-darkness. I saw a large photograph of an old man in yachting clothes. "Who is this?" I asked. "That?" Gatsby said. "That's Mr. Dan Cody, old sport." The name sounded familiar. "He's dead now," Gatsby said. "He used to be my best friend years ago." There was also a small picture of Gatsby on the dresser. He wore yachting clothes, too. His head was thrown back in a proud way. He looked about 18. "I adore it," Daisy said. "The hair! You never told me you had hair like that or a yacht." "Look at this," Gatsby said quickly. "Here are many clippings about you." They stood together and examined them. I was going to ask about Jules when the phone rang. Gatsby answered. "Yes? Well, I can't talk now. I can't talk now, old sport. I said a small town. He must know what a small town is." "Well, he's no use to us if Detroit is his idea of a small town." He hung up. "Come here, quick!" Daisy cried at the window. The rain still fell, but in the west the darkness opened, and there were pink and gold clouds above the sea. "Look at that," Daisy whispered. Then she said, "I'd like to take one of those pink clouds, put you in it, and push you around." I tried to leave then, but they would not let me go. Maybe I made them feel safer and somehow more alone together. "I know what we'll do," Gatsby said. "We'll have Klipspringer play the piano." He called out, "Ewing!" And soon he returned with Klipspringer, embarrassed and worn, wearing glasses and light hair. He was dressed in casual clothes. "Did we interrupt your exercise?" Daisy asked politely. "I was asleep," Klipspringer said quickly. I had been asleep. Then I got up." "Klipspringer plays the piano," Gatsby said, cutting him off. "Don't you, Ewing, old sport?" "I don't play well," Klipspringer said. "I hardly play at all. I'm out of practice." "We'll go downstairs," Gatsby said. He turned on a switch, and the house filled with light. The gray windows disappeared in brightness. In the music room, Gatsby turned on one lamp by the piano. He lit Daisy's cigarette with a trembling match. Then he sat with her on a couch far away where the light was dim. Klipspringer played a song. Then he turned on the bench and searched for Gatsby in the darkness. "I'm out of practice," he began again. "I told you." "Don't talk so much," Gatsby said. "Play." Outside, the wind was loud. Thunder moved faintly along the sound. All the lights were going on in West Egg. Trains were moving through the rain, carrying men home from New York. It felt like an hour when people change inside, like the air is full of new feeling. When I went to say goodbye, I saw a look of confusion return to Gatsby's face. It was as if a small doubt came back, even in his happiness. Almost 5 years had passed. In those years he had built Daisy into something enormous in his mind. There must have been moments that afternoon when Daisy was less than his dream, Not because she was bad, but because his dream was too big. He had filled it with bright things for years. No fire and no freshness can fight what a man stores in his heart when he is dreaming. As I watched, Gatsby adjusted himself. He took Daisy's hand. Daisy said something low in his ear, and Gatsby turned toward her with sudden, strong emotion. I think her voice held him most, warm and changing, because it could not be overdreamed. It was like a song that would not die. They forgot me. Daisy glanced up and held out her hand to me. Gatsby did not see me at all. I looked at them once more, and they looked back at me, but from far away, as if they were in another world full of intense life. Then I went out of the room. I went down the marble steps into the rain, and I left them there together. Chapter 6. About this time, one morning, a young reporter from New York came to Gatsby's door. He was eager to do well. He asked Gatsby a question. "Do you have anything to say?" he asked. "Anything to say about what?" Gatsby asked politely. "Why, any statement," the reporter said. "Anything you want to tell people." After about 5 confused minutes, I understood what had happened. The reporter had heard Gatsby's name at his office. He had heard it linked to something strange, but he did not explain it clearly. Maybe he did not really understand it himself. It was his day off, but he had come anyway because he wanted to see for himself. His visit was like a random shot, but his instinct was right. All summer, Gatsby's fame had grown. Hundreds of people came to his parties. They ate his food, drank his champagne, and enjoyed his house. Then they went away and talked. Because they had been inside his gates, they spoke like experts about his past. And because they did not really know him, their stories became bigger and wilder. By late summer, Gatsby was almost news. Not quite, but almost. Strange legends stuck to him. People said he had a secret underground pipe to Canada. People said he did not live in a house at all. They said he lived in a boat that looked like a house, and that it moved secretly up and down the shore of Long Island at night. Why these stories pleased him is hard to say. His real name was James Gatz. That was his true name, or at least his legal name. He changed it when he was 17. He changed it at one exact moment, the moment his new life began. He was on the shore of Lake Superior when he saw Dan Cody's yacht drop anchor in shallow water. That afternoon, James Gatz was only a poor boy. He wore a torn green shirt and simple canvas pants. He was walking along the beach with no clear plan. But in that same hour, he became J. Gatsby. He borrowed a small rowboat, rowed out to Cody's yacht, and warned Cody that a wind could come. He said the yacht might break up on the shallow place within half an hour. I think he had the name J. Gatsby ready even before that day. His parents were poor farm people. They did not do well. They were not successful, and they were not steady. In his mind, he did not truly accept them as his parents. He imagined a different self. The J. Gatsby of West Egg came from that idea. He was, in his own mind, like a son of God. If that phrase means anything, it means he felt he had a special purpose. He felt he must serve a huge, bright, and tempting beauty in the world. So he invented the person he wanted to be. He invented J. Gatsby, the kind of person a 17-year-old boy would invent. And he stayed loyal to that invented self until the end. Before he met Cody, he had lived hard for more than a year. He moved along the south shore of Lake Superior. He did any work that gave him food and a place to sleep. Sometimes he dug clams. Sometimes he fished salmon. Sometimes he did other jobs. His body grew brown and hard in the open air. The days were strong and fresh, but also lazy in a way. He lived through that work naturally. He met women early. At first he was drawn to them, but soon he became proud and cold. He felt women spoiled him. He looked down on young girls because they did not know much. He also looked down on other women because they were too emotional. He was so full of himself that he thought many things were simple, and he did not understand why other people made them heavy. But inside him, his heart was never quiet. His feelings were like a storm. At night, in bed, strange and wild dreams came to him. In his mind, he built a world full of bright, impossible pictures. The clock ticked on the washstand. The moonlight fell wet and pale over his clothes on the floor. Each night he added more to his dreams. He made the pictures richer and bigger. Then sleep came and closed over him in the middle of a vivid scene. For a while these dreams were like a door for his imagination. They helped him escape the hard facts of life. They made reality feel unreal and his dreams feel possible. They promised him that the world was not only hard rock, it was also built on something light and magical. Months before he met Cody, he had tried a small college in southern Minnesota. It was a Lutheran college called St. Olaf's. Some instinct pulled him there, like he was searching for a future. But he stayed only 2 weeks. He hated the place. It did not care about his dreams. It was cold and indifferent to what he felt was his destiny. He also despised the job he had to do there. He had to work as a janitor to pay his way, and he could not accept that life. So he left. He drifted back to Lake Superior again. He was still searching for something, still looking for a path, on the day Dan Cody's yacht came and dropped anchor in the shallow water near the shore. Dan Cody was 50 years old then. He came out of the rushes for money in America. He had been in the Nevada silver fields. He had been in the Yukon. He had chased metal and money since 1875. Later, deals in Montana copper made him a millionaire many times over. His body was strong, but his mind was starting to go soft. Because of that, many women tried to take his money. They wanted to separate him from it. One woman, Ella Kay, was important in that story. She was a newspaper woman. She played on his weakness and pushed herself close to him. People in journalism talked about her in 1902. They said she helped send him out to sea in a yacht. By the time he reached James Gat's, Cody had been sailing along many friendly shores for 5 years. Then he appeared in Little Girl Bay, and he became James Gats's destiny. To young Gats, sitting in his small boat and looking up at the deck with its rail, that yacht was the picture of beauty and glamour. It looked like the whole dream of the world, floating. I think Gats smiled at Cody. He had probably learned that people liked him when he smiled. Cody asked him a few questions. One question pulled out the new name, J. Gatsby. Cody saw that the boy was quick, and he was full of ambition. A few days later, Cody took him to Duluth. He bought him new clothes, a blue coat, 6 pairs of white trousers, and a yachting cap. And when the yacht, the Tuolumne, left for the West Indies and the Barbary Coast, Gatsby left too. Gatsby worked for Cody in a vague, personal way. He was many things. He was a steward, he was a mate, he was sometimes a skipper, he was a secretary, he was even a kind of jailer. Cody, when sober, knew that Cody, when drunk, could do wild and foolish things. So Cody began to trust Gatsby more and more, to control him and to protect him from himself. That life lasted 5 years. During those years, the boat went 3 times around the continent. It might have lasted much longer, but something ended it. One night, Ella Kay came on board in Boston. A week later, Dan Cody died. He died in a harsh way, like the world did not welcome him anymore. I remember a portrait of Dan Cody in Gatsby's bedroom. In the picture, Cody was gray and red-faced. His face looked hard and empty. He was like an old pioneer of pleasure, a man who had brought back rough violence from the frontier to the east. Because of Cody, Gatsby learned to drink very little. Gatsby saw what drink could do. In parties, women sometimes rubbed champagne into Gatsby's hair, laughing. But Gatsby himself did not drink much. For himself, he formed a habit of leaving liquor alone. Cody also left Gatsby money. The legacy was $25,000, but Gatsby did not get it. He never understood the legal trick that was used against him. In the end, the remaining millions went to Ella Kay. Gatsby was left with something else, the education he got by living beside Cody. The outline of J. Gatsby became solid. The invented person filled out into a real man. He told me all this much later. I write it here now because I want to break the first wild rumors about him. Those rumors were not true, not even a little. Also, when he told me, I was confused. I had reached a point where I could believe everything and also believe nothing about him. So I used this moment, this short pause, while Gatsby, so to speak, caught his breath, to clear away these wrong ideas. It was also a pause in my connection with his life. For several weeks I did not see him, and I did not hear his voice on the phone. I was in New York most of the time. I went around with Jordan. I tried to be friendly with her old aunt, who was very old and difficult. But one Sunday afternoon I finally went to Gatsby's house again. I had been there only 2 minutes when someone brought Tom Buchanan in for a drink. I was surprised, of course, but the really surprising thing was that it had not happened before. Tom came with 2 other people, and they were on horseback. One was a man named Sloane. The other was a pretty woman in a brown riding outfit. I had seen her before at Gatsby's at some earlier time. "I'm delighted to see you," Gatsby said, standing on his porch. "I'm delighted that you dropped in." It was clear they did not care much. They were not warm. They were not friendly in a real way. Gatsby said, "Sit down. Have a cigarette or a cigar." He moved quickly around the room. He rang bells. "I'll have something to drink for you in just a minute," he said. Gatsby was deeply affected by Tom's presence, but he was also nervous in general. He felt he had to give them something. He knew in a vague way that they came for that, a drink, a polite visit, and then they would leave. Mr. Sloane refused everything. A lemonade? No thanks. Champagne? No thanks. Nothing at all. Gatsby tried to keep the talk going. "Did you have a nice ride?" he asked. "Very good roads around here," Tom said. "I suppose the automobiles," Gatsby began. "Yeah," Tom said. Then Gatsby turned to Tom, because he could not stop himself. "I believe we've met somewhere before, Mr. Buchanan," Gatsby said. "Oh, yes," Tom said. His voice was rough but polite. He did not really remember. "So we did. I remember very well." "About 2 weeks ago," Gatsby said. "That's right," Tom said. "You were with Nick here." "I know your wife," Gatsby said, almost too strongly. "That so?" Tom said. Tom turned to me. "You live near here, Nick?" he asked. "Next door," I said. "That so?" he said again. Mr. Sloane leaned back in his chair, proud and bored. The woman said nothing. Then, after 2 highballs, she suddenly became friendly. "We'll all come over to your next party, Mr. Gatsby," she said. "What do you say?" "Certainly," Gatsby said. "I'd be delighted." "Be very nice," Mr. Sloane said, with no thanks in his voice. Then he stood. "Well, we ought to be starting home." "Please don't hurry," Gatsby said. Now he was calmer. He wanted to see more of Tom. "Why don't you stay for supper? Some other people may drop in from New York." "You come to supper with me," the woman said. "Both of you." She meant Gatsby and me. Mr. Sloane stood up fully. "Come along," he said, but he said it only to her. "I mean it," she insisted. "I'd love to have you. Lots of room." Gatsby looked at me. He wanted to go. He did not see what was clear. Mr. Sloane had decided Gatsby should not come. "I'm afraid I won't be able to," I said. "Well, you come," she urged, now focused on Gatsby. Mr. Sloane murmured something into her ear. "We won't be late if we start now," she said louder, almost arguing. "I haven't got a horse," Gatsby said. "I rode in the army, but I never bought one. I'll have to follow you in my car. Excuse me a minute." The rest of us went out to the porch. Mr. Sloane and the woman talked in a strong, private way. "My God, I think the man is coming," Tom said. "Doesn't he know she doesn't want him?" "She says she does," I said. "She has a big dinner party," Tom said, "and he won't know a single person there." Tom frowned. "I wonder where in the devil he met Daisy. I may be old-fashioned, but women run around too much these days. They meet all kinds of crazy fish." Then Mr. Sloane and the woman went down the steps. They got on their horses. "Come on," Mr. Sloane said to Tom. "We're late. We've got to go." Then he turned to me. "Tell him we couldn't wait, will you?" Tom and I shook hands. The others gave a cool nod. Then they rode quickly down the drive and disappeared under the August leaves. Just then Gatsby came out the front door with a hat and a light coat in his hand. Tom was upset about Daisy coming alone to Gatsby's world. So the next Saturday night, he came with Daisy to Gatsby's party. Maybe Tom's presence changed the whole feeling. That party stands out in my memory. It felt heavy and unpleasant in a way the other parties did not. The same kinds of people were there. There was the same champagne. There was the same loud, colorful movement. But the air felt harsher. Or maybe I had simply grown used to West Egg, and I now saw it again through Daisy's eyes. It is always sad to see familiar things with new eyes when you have already adjusted yourself to them. They arrived at twilight. We walked into the crowd, and Daisy's voice whispered in my ear. "These things excite me so," she said. "If you want to kiss me any time tonight, Nick, just tell me. I will arrange it for you. Just say my name. Or show a green card. I'm giving out green—" "Look around," Gatsby said to Daisy. "I'm looking around," Daisy said. "I'm having a marvelous—" "You must see many faces you have heard about," Gatsby said. Tom looked over the crowd with proud eyes. "We don't go around much," Tom said. "In fact, I was just thinking I don't know a single person here." "Perhaps you know that lady," Gatsby said. He pointed to a very beautiful woman sitting under a white plum tree. She looked almost unreal, like a movie dream. Tom and Daisy stared with a strange feeling. It is a strange feeling when a famous person you have only heard of becomes real in front of you. "She's lovely," Daisy said. "The man bending over her is her director," Gatsby said. Gatsby brought them from group to group, like a host with a plan. "Mrs. Buchanan and Mr. Buchanan," he said. Then he hesitated for a second. Then he added, "The polo player." "Oh no," Tom said quickly, "not me." But Gatsby liked the sound. For the rest of the night, Tom stayed the polo player. "I've never met so many famous people," Daisy said. "I liked that man. What was his name, with the sort of blue nose?" Gatsby told her his name and said he was a small producer. "Well, I liked him anyway," Daisy said. "I'd rather not be the polo player," Tom said with a thin smile. "I'd rather look at these famous people in oblivion." Daisy and Gatsby danced. I was surprised. Gatsby danced well, in a controlled, old-fashioned way. Then Daisy and Gatsby walked over to my house. They sat on my steps for half an hour. Daisy asked me to stay in the garden. "In case there's a fire or a flood," she said, "or any act of God." Later, when we sat down for supper, Tom returned from his oblivion. "Do you mind if I eat with some people over there?" he asked. "A fellow is saying funny stuff." "Go ahead," Daisy said kindly. "And if you want to take down any addresses, here's my little gold pencil." After a moment, she looked around and told me one girl was common but pretty, and I knew Daisy was not having a good time. Only that half hour alone with Gatsby seemed to matter to her. We sat at a very drunk table. That was partly my fault. Gatsby had been called to the phone, and I stayed with people I had enjoyed 2 weeks before. But now what had been funny felt ugly in the air. "How do you feel, Miss Baedeker?" someone asked. Miss Baedeker was trying to slump against my shoulder. When she heard the question, she sat up and opened her eyes. "What?" she said. A large, tired woman spoke for her. "Oh, she's all right," the woman said. "After 5 or 6 cocktails, she always starts screaming. I tell her she should leave it alone." "I do leave it alone," Miss Baedeker said hollowly. "We heard you yelling," another person said. "So I said to Doc Civet, somebody needs your help, Doc." "She's much obliged," someone else said without gratitude. "But you got her dress all wet when you stuck her head in the pool." "Anything I hate," Miss Baedeker mumbled, "is to get my head stuck in a pool. They almost drowned me once in New Jersey." "Then you should leave it alone," Dr. Civet said. "Speak for yourself," Miss Baedeker shouted. "Your hand shakes. I wouldn't let you operate on me." It was like that all around. People were loud. People were rough. People were careless. Near the end, I stood with Daisy and watched the movie director and his star. They were still under the white plum tree. Their faces were close, with only a thin, pale ray of moonlight between them. I realized he had been slowly bending toward her all evening. While I watched, he leaned the last little bit and kissed her cheek. "I like her," Daisy said. "I think she's lovely." But the rest of the party offended Daisy. It was not just a gesture, it was a real feeling in her. She was shocked by West Egg. It was a new place, like Broadway had made it out of a quiet fishing village. She was shocked by its raw energy. She was shocked by how people pushed forward. She was shocked by how they moved from nothing to nothing without shame. She saw something awful in the simple, direct life she could not understand. We sat on the front steps while they waited for their car. It was dark in front. Only the bright door sent a square of light onto the black morning. Sometimes shadows moved behind an upstairs blind. Shadows came and went, like an invisible line of people in a dressing room. "Who is this Gatsby anyway?" Tom asked suddenly. "Some big bootlegger?" "Where did you hear that?" I asked. "I didn't hear it," Tom said. "I imagined it. Many newly rich people are bootleggers." "Not Gatsby," I said shortly. Tom was quiet for a moment. I heard the pebbles crunch under his feet. "Well," he said, "he certainly worked hard to get this zoo together." A breeze moved the gray fur at Daisy's neck. "At least they are more interesting than the people we know," Daisy said, trying to sound strong. "You didn't look very interested," Tom said. "Well, I was," Daisy said. Tom laughed and turned to me. "Did you see Daisy's face when that girl asked her to put her under a cold shower?" he said. Daisy began to sing softly with the music in a husky whisper. She gave each word a meaning it never had before. When the melody rose, her voice broke sweetly as rich voices do, and each change spilled a little warm magic into the air. "Lots of people come who haven't been invited," Daisy said suddenly. "That girl was not invited. They forced their way in, and he is too polite to stop them." "I want to know who he is and what he does," Tom said. "I'm going to find out." "I can tell you now," Daisy said. "He owned drugstores, a lot of drugstores. He built them up himself." Their limousine finally came up the drive. "Good night, Nick," Daisy said. Her eyes left me and went up toward the lighted steps. A song drifted out of the open door. 3 o'clock in the morning, a neat, sad waltz. Daisy listened. Something in that song seemed to call her back inside. After all, even in the careless style of Gatsby's party, there were romantic chances that did not exist in her own world. I wondered what might happen in the dark hours that were coming. Perhaps some rare guest would appear, someone new and bright and real. Perhaps a young girl with one fresh look at Gatsby would erase those 5 years of his steady devotion. I stayed late that night. Gatsby asked me to wait until he was free, so I lingered in the garden. People ran down to the beach and swam, and then ran back up, cold and excited, out of the black water. Lights went out in the guest rooms one by one. At last, Gatsby came down the steps. His face looked tight. His eyes were bright and tired. "She didn't like it," he said at once. "Of course she did," I said. "She didn't like it," he repeated. "She didn't have a good time." He was silent. I felt his sadness, but he did not speak it clearly. "I feel far away from her," he said. "It's hard to make her understand." "You mean about the dance?" I asked. "The dance?" he said sharply. He dismissed all his parties with a snap of his fingers. "Old sport. The dance is unimportant." He wanted something much bigger. He wanted Daisy to go to Tom and say, "I never loved you." He wanted her to erase 4 years with that one sentence. Then, after that, he believed they could take practical steps. One step was this. After Daisy was free, they would go back to Louisville and marry from her house as if it were 5 years ago. "And she doesn't understand," Gatsby said. "She used to be able to understand. We'd sit for hours." He stopped. He began to walk up and down a path in his yard. The path was messy, full of fruit rinds, crushed flowers, and thrown away party favors. "I wouldn't ask too much of her," I said carefully. "You can't repeat the past." "Can't repeat the past?" Gatsby cried. He looked shocked. "Why, of course you can." He looked around wildly, as if the past was hiding in the shadows of his house, just out of reach of his hand. "I'm going to fix everything just the way it was before," he said. He nodded hard, like a man making a promise. "She'll see." He talked a lot about the past. I understood something. He wanted to recover something he had lost. It might have been a feeling or an idea of himself that had gone into loving Daisy. His life had been confused since then. But he believed that if he could go back to the starting point and walk forward again slowly, he could find what was missing. Then he told me a picture from 5 years ago. One autumn night, they walked down a street. Leaves were falling. They came to a place where there were no trees. The sidewalk was white with moonlight. They stopped there and turned toward each other. It was a cool night with a strange excitement in the air, the kind of excitement that comes when seasons change. The lights in houses hummed softly into the darkness. The stars seemed busy, as if they were moving and stirring. Gatsby saw the sidewalk blocks in a strange way. In his mind, they formed a ladder, rising to a secret place above the trees. He felt that if he climbed alone, he could reach it. And if he reached it, he could drink life itself, drink wonder like milk. His heart beat faster as Daisy's white face came close. He knew something very serious. If he kissed her, he would join his deepest dreams to her real human breath. After that, his mind would never run free in the same way. So he waited, listening for one more moment, as if he could hear a note struck on a star. Then he kissed her. At his lips, she opened to him like a flower, and the moment became complete. While he spoke, even with all his heavy feeling, I was reminded of something. It was like a rhythm, like a fragment of words I had heard long ago. For one moment a phrase tried to form in my mouth. My lips parted, like a man who cannot speak, but is trying. But no sound came out. And what I almost remembered was something I could never say. Chapter 7. One Saturday night, when many people were most curious about Gatsby, the lights in his house did not turn on. In a quiet way, his time of big parties ended. At first, I did not understand. Then I slowly noticed something. Cars came into his drive, waited for only 1 minute, and then drove away in a bad mood. I wondered if he was sick, so I went to his house to check. A butler I did not know opened the door. He had a hard, unfriendly face, and he looked at me with suspicion. "Is Mr. Gatsby sick?" I asked. "Nope," he said. After a short pause, he added, "Sir," but he said it slowly and like he did not want to say it. "I have not seen him and I was worried. Please tell him Mr. Carraway came over," I said. "Who?" he asked in a rude way. "Carraway," I repeated. "Carraway. All right, I'll tell him," he said. Then he shut the door fast. Later, my Finn told me that Gatsby had sent away every servant in his house 1 week ago. He replaced them with about 6 new people. These new people never went into West Egg Village. They did not talk with the shop people there. Instead, they ordered normal supplies by telephone. The grocery boy said the kitchen looked very dirty, like a pigsty. People in the village said the new people were not real servants at all. The next day, Gatsby called me on the phone. "Are you going away?" I asked him. "No, old sport," he said. "I heard you fired all your servants," I said. "I wanted people who would not gossip," he said. "Daisy comes over quite often in the afternoons." So all his big house life had fallen down quickly like a card house, because Daisy did not like it. "They are some people Wolfsheim wanted to help," Gatsby said. "They are all brothers and sisters. They used to run a small hotel." "I see," I said. He called because Daisy asked him to call. She wanted me to come to lunch at her house the next day. Miss Baker would be there. About half an hour later, Daisy herself called me too. She sounded relieved when she heard I was coming. Something was happening. Still, I could not believe they would choose this time for a big fight, especially the hard and painful kind of scene Gatsby had described in the garden before. The next day was very hot. It was almost the last day of summer, and it was surely the hottest day. When my train came out of the tunnel into bright sunlight, I heard hot whistles from the National Biscuit Company. The quiet air at noon felt heavy. The straw seats in the train car felt like they could burn. The woman next to me began to sweat softly into her white shirt. Her newspaper became wet under her fingers. Then she gave up and cried out in the heat. Her purse fell to the floor. "Oh my," she gasped. I bent down, tired, and picked it up. I handed it back to her, holding it far away and only by the corners to show I did not want it. But everyone nearby, even the woman, still seemed to suspect me. "Hot," the conductor said to people he knew. "Some weather. Hot, hot, hot. Is it hot enough for you? Is it hot?" My train ticket came back with a dark stain from his hand. In this heat, I felt it was strange that anyone cared about love and kissing, or who kissed whom, or whose head made someone's pocket wet with sweat. We arrived at the Buchanan's house. A small wind moved through the hall. While Gatsby and I waited at the door, we heard the telephone bell sound inside. The butler spoke loudly into the phone in a silly way, like he was talking about a dead body. But he did not really say that. What he really said was simple. "Yes, yes, I'll see." He put down the phone and came toward us, a little shiny with sweat. He took our stiff straw hats. "Madame expects you in the salon," he cried, pointing where to go, even though it was clear. In this heat, every extra movement felt annoying. The room had awnings, so it was dark and cool. Daisy and Jordan lay on a huge couch. They looked like quiet, white figures. The fans made a soft breeze. "We can't move," they said together. Jordan's fingers, with white powder on them, rested in my hand for a moment. "And Mr. Thomas Buchanan, the athlete?" I asked. At the same time, I heard Tom's voice on the hall telephone. It was rough and low. Gatsby stood on the red carpet and looked around with wide eyes. Daisy watched him and laughed, sweet and excited. A small puff of powder rose from her chest into the air. "The rumor is," Jordan whispered, "that the girl on the phone is Tom's girl." We were quiet. Tom's voice in the hall rose in anger. He said he would not sell a car, and he would not be bothered about it during lunch. "He's holding down the receiver," Daisy said in a cold, joking way. "No, he's not," I said. "It's a real deal. I know about it." Tom opened the door and filled the space with his thick body for a moment. Then he came into the room. "Mr. Gatsby!" He held out his broad hand. He hid his dislike, but it was there. "I'm glad to see you, sir. Nick." "Make us a cold drink," Daisy cried. As Tom left the room again, Daisy stood up, went to Gatsby, pulled his face down, and kissed him on the mouth. "You know I love you," she murmured. "You forget there's a lady present," Jordan said. Daisy looked around, unsure. "You kiss Nick, too," she said. "What a low, vulgar girl," Jordan said. "I don't care," Daisy cried. She began to tap and dance a little on the brick fireplace. Then she remembered the heat, and she sat down on the couch, looking guilty, just as a nurse came in with a small girl. "Blessed precious," Daisy sang in a soft baby voice, holding out her arms. "Come to your own mother that loves you." The child left the nurse and ran across the room. She pressed shyly into her mother's dress. "The blessed precious," Daisy said. "Did Mother get powder on your old yellow hair? Stand up now and say, 'How do you do?'" Gatsby and I leaned down and took the small hand. After that, Gatsby kept looking at the child with surprise. I do not think he had ever truly believed the child was real before. "I got dressed before lunch," the child said, turning eagerly to Daisy. "That's because your mother wanted to show you off," Daisy said. She bent her face close to the child's small white neck. "You dream, you little dream." "Yes," the child said calmly. "Aunt Jordan has a white dress, too." "How do you like Mother's friends?" Daisy asked. She turned the child so she faced Gatsby. "Do you think they're pretty?" "Where's Daddy?" the child asked. "She doesn't look like her father," Daisy explained. "She looks like me. She has my hair and my face shape." Daisy leaned back on the couch. The nurse stepped forward and held out her hand. "Come, Pammy," the nurse said. "Goodbye, sweetheart," Daisy said. The child looked back, but she held the nurse's hand and was led out of the door. Just then, Tom came back with 4 drinks with ice. Gatsby lifted his drink. "They look cool," he said, but his voice was tense. We drank long, greedy swallows. "I read somewhere the sun is getting hotter every year," Tom said in a friendly way. "Soon the earth will fall into the sun. Or wait, maybe it's the other way. Maybe the sun is getting colder every year." "Come outside," Tom said to Gatsby. "I want you to see the place." I went out with them to the veranda. On the green water, thick in the heat, one small sailboat moved slowly toward the open sea. Gatsby watched it for a moment. Then he raised his hand and pointed across the bay. "I'm right across from you," he said. "So you are," Tom said. We looked over the rose beds, the hot lawn, and the messy shore in the heavy summer days. The white wings of the boat moved against the cool blue edge of the sky. Beyond that was the open ocean and bright islands. "There's sport for you," Tom said, nodding. "I'd like to be out there with him for an hour." We ate lunch in the dining room, made dark against the heat. We drank cold ale, trying to feel cheerful, but it was a nervous cheer. "What will we do with ourselves this afternoon?" Daisy cried. "And the day after that? And the next 30 years?" "Don't be morbid," Jordan said. Life starts all over again when fall comes and the air is crisp. But it's so hot, Daisy said, close to tears, and everything is so confused. Let's all go to town. Her voice pushed through the heat like it was fighting it. I heard of making a garage out of a stable, Tom said to Gatsby, but I'm the first man who ever made a stable out of a garage. Who wants to go to town? Daisy demanded again. Gatsby's eyes moved toward her. Ah, she cried, you look so cool. Their eyes met. For a moment they stared at each other as if they were alone in the world. Daisy forced herself to look down at the table. You always look so cool, she said again. She had told Gatsby she loved him, and Tom saw it. He was shocked. His mouth opened a little. He looked at Gatsby, then at Daisy, as if he had just remembered who she really was. You resemble the advertisement of the man, Daisy went on in an innocent voice. You know, the advertisement of the man. All right, Tom broke in quickly. I'm willing to go to town. Come on, we're all going to town. He stood up, still looking sharply between Gatsby and his wife. No one moved. Come on, his temper cracked. What's the matter? If we're going, let's start. His hand shook a little as he tried to control himself. He drank the last of his ale. Daisy's voice got us up and out to the bright gravel drive. Are we just going to go? She objected. Like this? Aren't we going to let anyone smoke a cigarette first? Everybody smoked all through lunch, Tom said. Oh, let's have fun, Daisy begged. It's too hot to fuss. He did not answer. Have it your own way, Daisy said. Come on, Jordan. Daisy and Jordan went upstairs to get ready. We three men stood outside, moving our feet in the hot stones. The moon already showed as a pale silver curve in the west sky. Gatsby started to speak, then stopped, but Tom turned and faced him, waiting. Have you got your stables here? Gatsby asked, trying to sound normal. About a quarter-mile down the road, Tom said. Oh, Gatsby said. There was a pause. I don't see why we go to town, Tom burst out. Women get these ideas. Shall we take something to drink? Daisy called from an upper window. I'll get some whiskey, Tom answered, and he went inside. Gatsby turned to me, stiff. I can't say anything in his house, old sport, he said. She has an indiscreet voice, I said. It's full of... I stopped. Her voice is full of money, Gatsby said suddenly. That was it. I had never understood it before. Her voice sounded like money. That was the charm in it, like a bright ringing sound, like little bells, like a golden girl in a white palace. Tom came out again, wrapping a quart bottle in a towel. Daisy and Jordan followed. They wore small, tight hats made of shiny cloth. They carried light capes over their arms. Shall we all go in my car? Gatsby suggested. He touched the hot green leather seat. I should have left it in the shade. Is it standard shift? Tom asked. Yes, Gatsby said. Then you take my coupe and let me drive your car to town, Tom said. Gatsby did not like that idea. I don't think there's much gas, Gatsby objected. Plenty of gas, Tom said loudly. He looked at the gauge. And if it runs out, I can stop at a drugstore. You can buy anything at a drugstore nowadays. After this odd remark, there was a pause. Daisy frowned at Tom. A strange look passed over Gatsby's face, like he had seen something he did not expect. Come on, Daisy, Tom said, pressing her toward Gatsby's car. I'll take you in this circus wagon. He opened the door, but Daisy moved away from his arm. You take Nick and Jordan, she said. We'll follow you in the coupe. She walked close to Gatsby and touched his coat with her hand. Then Jordan, Tom, and I got into Gatsby's car. Tom tested the unfamiliar gears, and we drove off into the heavy heat, leaving Daisy and Gatsby behind us. Did you see that? Tom demanded. See what? I asked. He looked at me sharply, realizing that Jordan and I must have known for some time. You think I'm pretty dumb, he said. Maybe I am, but sometimes I have almost a second sight. It tells me what to do. Maybe you don't believe that, but science... He stopped because the real problem was right there in front of him. I've made a small investigation of this fellow, he continued. I could have gone deeper if I'd known. Do you mean you went to a medium? Jordan asked, joking. What? Tom stared at us. A medium? About Gatsby, Jordan said. About Gatsby? No, Tom said. I mean, I investigated his past. And you found he was an Oxford man, Jordan said, helping.
An Oxford man? Tom said. He could not believe it. Like hell he is. He wears a pink suit. Still, he is an Oxford man, Jordan said. Oxford, New Mexico, Tom snorted, or something like that. Listen, Tom, Jordan said angrily. If you're such a snob, why did you invite him to lunch? Daisy invited him, Tom said. She knew him before we were married. God knows where. We were all irritated now. The ale was gone, and the heat made us tense. We drove in silence for a while. Then we saw the faded eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg on the roadside. I remembered Gatsby's warning about gasoline. We've got enough to get to town, Tom said. But there's a garage right here, Jordan objected. I don't want to get stuck in this baking heat. Tom hit both brakes in impatience. We stopped in dust under Wilson's sign. After a moment, the owner came out of the garage. He looked hollow and sick. Let's have some gas, Tom shouted roughly. Why do you think we stopped? To admire the view? I'm sick, Wilson said, not moving. Been sick all day. What's the matter? Tom asked. I'm all run down, Wilson said. Well, shall I help myself? Tom demanded. You sounded fine on the phone. Wilson made an effort. He stepped out of the shade, breathing hard. He unscrewed the cap of the gas tank. In the sun, his face looked green. I didn't mean to interrupt your lunch, he said, but I need money bad. I was wondering what you're going to do with your old car. How do you like this one? Tom asked. I bought it last week. It's a nice yellow one, Wilson said, straining at the handle. Want to buy it? Tom asked. Big chance, Wilson said with a weak smile. No, but I could make money on the other one. What do you want money for all of a sudden? Tom asked. I've been here too long, Wilson said. I want to get away. My wife and I want to go west. Your wife does, Tom said, startled. She's been talking about it for 10 years, Wilson said. He rested against the pump and shaded his eyes. And now she's going, whether she wants to or not. I'm going to get her away. At that moment, the coupe flashed by us, raising dust. A hand waved. What do I owe you? Tom asked. I just got wise to something funny the last 2 days, Wilson said. That's why I want to get away. That's why I've been bothering you about the car. What do I owe you? Tom asked again. $1.20, Wilson said. The heat confused me. For a bad moment, I did not think clearly. Then I understood Wilson's suspicion was not about Tom. Wilson had found that Myrtle had a life apart from him. The shock made him sick. I looked at Wilson, then at Tom, who had made his own discovery less than an hour ago. I thought, there is no difference between men so deep as the difference between the sick and the well. Wilson looked guilty, terribly guilty, as if he had done something unforgivable. I'll let you have that car, Tom said. I'll send it over tomorrow afternoon. That place always felt uneasy to me, even in bright daylight. Now I turned my head, as if something behind us warned me. Over the gray ash heaps, the giant eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg watched. But after a moment, I saw other eyes watching us too, very close. In a window above the garage, the curtains moved a little. Myrtle Wilson was looking down at the car. She was so focused that she did not notice she was being watched. One feeling after another moved across her face slowly. Her expression looked strangely familiar. I had seen it on many women's faces. But on Myrtle it first seemed useless and confusing. Then I understood. Her eyes, wide with jealous fear, were fixed not on Tom, but on Jordan Baker. Myrtle thought Jordan was Tom's wife. There is no confusion like the confusion of a simple mind. As we drove away, Tom felt hot panic. His wife and his mistress, safe until an hour ago, were slipping out of his control. Instinct made him press the accelerator. He wanted to catch Daisy and also leave Wilson behind. We drove fast toward Astoria, about 50 miles an hour, until among the metal girders of the elevated road we saw the easy blue coupe ahead. Those big movies around 50th Street are cool, Jordan suggested. I love New York in summer afternoons when everyone's away. It feels rich and heavy like ripe fruit.
like funny fruits might fall into your hands. The word rich and the way she spoke did not help Tom's mood. Before he could protest, Daisy's coupe stopped and she signaled us to pull up beside her. "Where are we going?" Daisy cried. "How about the movies?" Jordan asked.
"It's so hot," Daisy complained. "You go. We'll ride around and meet you after." Then she tried to joke. "We'll meet on some corner. I'll be the man smoking 2 cigarettes." "We can't argue here," Tom said impatiently, as a truck behind us gave an angry whistle. "You follow me to the south side of Central Park, in front of the plaza." Many times he turned his head to look back for their car. If traffic slowed them, he slowed too, until he saw them again. I think he feared they would turn down a side street and disappear from his life. But they did not, and we all did the strange thing of renting a parlor in a suite in the Plaza Hotel. I cannot clearly remember the full argument that pushed us into that room, but I remember the feeling in my body. My underwear stuck and climbed on my legs like a wet snake. Beads of sweat ran cold across my back. Daisy first suggested we rent 5 bathrooms and take cold baths. Then it became a place to have a mint drink. Each of us said again and again it was a crazy idea. We all talked at once to a confused clerk. We thought, or pretended to think, that we were being funny. The room was large and stifling. It was already 4 o'clock, but when we opened the windows, only hot air came in from the park. Daisy went to the mirror and stood with her back to us, fixing her hair. "It's a swell suite," Jordan whispered with respect, and everyone laughed. "Open another window," Daisy ordered without turning. "There aren't any more," someone said. "Then we'd better telephone for an axe," Daisy said. "The thing to do is to forget about the heat," Tom said impatiently. "You make it 10 times worse by complaining." He unwrapped the bottle of whiskey from the towel and put it on the table. "Why not leave her alone, old sport?" Gatsby said. "You're the one who wanted to come to town." For a moment there was silence. The telephone book slipped from its hook and fell to the floor with a splash sound. Jordan whispered, "Excuse me," but this time no one laughed. "I'll pick it up," I offered. "I've got it," Gatsby said. He looked at the broken string, said, with interest, and threw the book onto a chair. "That's a great expression of yours, isn't it?" Tom said sharply. "What is?" Gatsby asked. "All this old sport business," Tom said. "Where did you pick that up?" "Now see here, Tom," Daisy said, turning from the mirror. "If you're going to make personal remarks, I won't stay here a minute. Call and order some ice for the mint drink." Tom picked up the receiver. At that moment, the tight heat seemed to explode into sound, and we heard the loud music of a wedding march from the ballroom below. "Imagine marrying anybody in this heat," Jordan said sadly. "Still, I was married in the middle of June," Daisy remembered. "Louisville in June! Somebody fainted. Who was it, Tom?" "Biloxi," Tom answered shortly. "A man named Biloxi," Daisy said. "Blocks Biloxi, and he made boxes, that's true, and he was from Biloxi, Tennessee." "They carried him into my house," Jordan added, "because we lived 2 doors from the church, and he stayed 3 weeks until Daddy told him he had to get out. The day after he left, Daddy died." After a moment she added, like she worried she sounded rude, "There wasn't any connection." "I used to know a Bill Biloxi from Memphis," I said. "That was his cousin," Jordan said. "I knew his whole family story before he left. He gave me an aluminum golf putter that I still use today." The music became quiet as the wedding ceremony began. Then a long cheer came in through the open window. After that, people cried, "Yay, many times. Then, when the dancing began, loud jazz music burst out and filled the air. "We are getting old," Daisy said. "If we were young, we would stand up and dance." "Remember Biloxi," Jordan warned her. "Tom, where did you know him?" "Biloxi?" Tom said. He tried hard to think. "I didn't know him. He was a friend of Daisy's." "He was not," Daisy said. "I had never seen him before. He came down in the private car." "Well, he said he knew you," Tom answered. "He said he grew up in Louisville. Asa Bird brought him at the last minute and asked if we had room for him." Jordan smiled a little. "He was probably just trying to get home without paying," she said. "He told me he was president of your class at Yale." Tom and I looked at each other with blank faces. Biloxi? First, Tom said, we didn't have any president. While he spoke, Gatsby's foot tapped the floor in a short, nervous way. Tom saw it and suddenly looked at Gatsby. By the way, Mr. Gatsby, I understand you are an Oxford man. Not exactly, Gatsby said. Oh yes, Tom said, I understand you went to Oxford. Yes, Gatsby said, I went there. There was a pause. Then Tom spoke in a voice that sounded like he did not believe it, and also like he wanted to insult Gatsby. You must have gone there about the time Biloxi went to New Haven. Another pause followed. A waiter knocked, came in, and put crushed mint and ice in the room. No one broke the silence. No one even really answered him. He said, "Thank you," softly, and left, and the door closed quietly. But the silence stayed. It felt like a big moment. This detail about Oxford was finally going to be explained. I told you I went there, Gatsby said. I heard you, Tom answered, but I want to know when. It was in 1919, Gatsby said. I only stayed 5 months. That's why I can't really call myself an Oxford man. Tom looked around the room as if he wanted to see if we shared his disbelief. But Jordan, Daisy, and I were not looking at Tom. We were all looking at Gatsby. It was a chance they gave to some officers after the armistice, Gatsby continued. We could go to any university in England or France. When Gatsby said that, I felt a sudden warm feeling again. I wanted to stand up and slap him on the back like a friend, because for a moment I believed in him completely, like I had before. Daisy stood up. She gave a small, weak smile and went toward the table. Open the whiskey, Tom, she ordered. I will make you a mint julep. Then you won't feel so stupid to yourself. Look at the mint. Wait a minute, Tom snapped. I want to ask Mr. Gatsby one more question. Go on, Gatsby said politely. What kind of a row are you trying to cause in my house anyhow? Tom demanded. At last, everything was out in the open. Gatsby did not look afraid now. He seemed almost satisfied that the truth was finally spoken. He isn't causing a row, Daisy said. She looked from Tom to Gatsby with desperate eyes. You're causing a row. Please have a little self-control. Self-control? Tom repeated. He looked shocked that she would say that. I suppose the newest thing is to sit back and let Mr. Nobody from Nowhere make love to your wife. Well, if that's the idea, you can count me out. He kept talking, louder and wilder. Nowadays, people start by laughing at family life and family institutions, he said, and next they will throw everything away. Next, they will even have marriage between black and white. He was red in the face with his angry, excited words. In his own mind, he saw himself as the last man standing to protect civilization. We're all white here, Jordan murmured, very quietly. Tom continued. I know I'm not very popular, he said. I don't give big parties. I suppose you have to turn your house into a pigsty to have friends in the modern world. We were all angry, but I still felt like laughing each time Tom opened his mouth. He changed so quickly from a man who chased pleasure to a man who acted like a strict judge. I've got something to tell you, old sport, Gatsby began, but Daisy guessed what he wanted to say. Please don't, she interrupted. She sounded helpless and afraid. Please let's all go home. Why don't we all go home? That's a good idea, I said. I stood up. Come on, Tom. Nobody wants a drink. I want to know what Mr. Gatsby has to tell me, Tom said. Your wife doesn't love you, Gatsby said. She's never loved you. She loves me. You must be crazy, Tom cried at once, like it was the only possible answer. Gatsby sprang up from his chair. He was bright with excitement. She never loved you, do you hear? He shouted. She only married you because I was poor and she was tired of waiting for me. It was a terrible mistake, but in her heart she never loved anyone except me. Jordan and I tried again to leave the room, but Tom and Gatsby, each in his own way, insisted that we stay. It was like they both wanted witnesses. It was like they both wanted us to see everything, as if neither of them had anything to hide. Sit down, Daisy, Tom said. His voice tried to sound like a father's voice, but it did not work. What's been going on? I want to hear all about it.
I told you what's been going on, Gatsby said. It's been going on for 5 years, and you didn't know. Tom turned sharply to Daisy. You've been seeing this fellow for 5 years? Not seeing, Gatsby said quickly. No, we couldn't meet. But we loved each other all that time, old sport, and you didn't know.
I used to laugh sometimes, Gatsby added, but there was no laughter in his eyes, when I thought that you didn't know. Oh, that's all, Tom said. He tapped his thick fingers together like a preacher and leaned back. You're crazy, he exploded. I can't talk about 5 years ago because I didn't know Daisy then, and I'll be damned if I see how you even got close to her unless you brought groceries to the back door. But all the rest is a goddamned lie. Daisy loved me when she married me, and she loves me now. No, Gatsby said. He shook his head. She does, Tom insisted. The trouble is, sometimes she gets foolish ideas in her head and doesn't know what she's doing. He nodded like a wise man. And what's more, I love Daisy too. Once in a while I go on a spree and make a fool of myself, but I always come back. In my heart I love her all the time. You're revolting, Daisy said. Then she turned to me. Her voice dropped lower and the room filled with sharp scorn. Do you know why we left Chicago? She said. I'm surprised they didn't tell you the story of that little spree. Gatsby walked over and stood close beside her. Daisy, that is over now, he said seriously. It doesn't matter anymore. Just tell him the truth, that you never loved him, and everything will be wiped out forever. Daisy stared at Gatsby as if she could not see clearly. Why, how could I love him, possibly, she said. You never loved him, Gatsby said. She hesitated. Then she looked at Jordan and me. Her eyes asked for help, like she suddenly understood what she was doing. And it was like she never meant to do it at all. But it was happening now. It was too late. I never loved him, she said, and it was clear she did not want to say it. Not at Kapiolani? Tom demanded suddenly. No, Daisy said. Hot air came up from the ballroom below, and music came with it, muffled and heavy. Not that day I carried you down from the punch bowl so your shoes wouldn't get wet, Tom asked. His voice had a rough tenderness. Daisy? Please don't, Daisy said. Her voice was cold, but the bitter anger was gone. She looked at Gatsby. There, Jay, she said, but her hand shook as she tried to light a cigarette. Suddenly she threw the cigarette and the burning match onto the carpet. Oh, you want too much, she cried to Gatsby. I love you now. Isn't that enough? I can't help what is past. Then she began to sob helplessly. I did love him once, but I loved you too. Gatsby's eyes opened wide, then closed again, as if the words hit him hard. You loved me too? He repeated. Even that is a lie, Tom said cruelly. She didn't even know you were alive then. There are things between Daisy and me that you will never know, things that neither of us can ever forget. Those words seemed to hurt Gatsby's body, not only his mind. I want to speak to Daisy alone, Gatsby insisted. She's excited now. Even alone, I can't say I never loved Tom, Daisy said in a sad, weak voice. It wouldn't be true. Of course it wouldn't, Tom agreed at once. Daisy turned toward Tom. As if it mattered to you, she said. Of course it matters, Tom said. From now on, I'm going to take better care of you. You don't understand, Gatsby said, and now fear entered his voice. You're not going to take care of her anymore. I'm not? Tom opened his eyes wide and laughed. He could laugh now because he felt stronger. Why not? Daisy's leaving you, Gatsby said. Nonsense, Tom said. I am, Daisy said, and she forced the words out. She's not leaving me. Tom leaned toward Gatsby with his words, like he wanted to crush him. Certainly not for a common swindler who had to steal the ring he put on her finger. I won't stand this, Daisy cried. Please, let's go. Who are you? Tom burst out. You're one of that bunch that hangs around with Meyer Wolfsheim. I know that. I made an investigation into your affairs, and I'll go further tomorrow. You can do what you like, Gatsby said steadily. I found out what your drugstores were, Tom said. He turned to Jordan and me and spoke fast.
He and this Wolfsheim bought many small drugstores in side streets here and in Chicago. Then they sold grain alcohol over the counter. That was one of his tricks. I knew he was a bootlegger the first time I saw him, and I was right. "What about it?" Gatsby said politely. "I guess your friend Walter Chase wasn't too proud to join it." "And you left him," Tom said. "You let him go to jail for a month in New Jersey. God, you should hear Walter talk about you." "He came to us with no money," Gatsby said. "He was glad to get some money, old sport." "Don't you call me old sport," Tom shouted. Gatsby said nothing. "Walter could also accuse you under the betting laws," Tom continued, but Wolfsheim scared him into being quiet. That strange, half-known look came back on Gatsby's face. "That drugstore business was only small change," Tom went on slowly. "But you have something bigger now. Walter is afraid to tell me." I looked at Daisy. She stared back and forth between Gatsby and Tom, terrified. I looked at Jordan. Jordan was balancing her head a little, as if she was balancing an invisible object on her chin, as if she was watching a show. Then I looked at Gatsby again. I was shocked by his face. He looked in a strange way, as if he had killed a man. I do not mean it as a fact, but his face had that hard, unreal look. For one moment it was like he had done something terrible. Then the look passed.
He began to speak fast to Daisy. He denied everything. He defended his name even when no one said some of the accusations directly. But with each word, Daisy pulled further into herself. She became smaller inside, quieter, and farther away. Gatsby stopped trying to argue. Only his dead dream kept fighting. The afternoon kept sliding away, and he kept reaching for something he could not reach anymore, trying to touch what was no longer real, trying to catch that lost voice across the room. Daisy's voice begged again. "Please, Tom, I can't stand this anymore." Her frightened eyes showed that her plans and her courage were gone. Whatever she wanted before, it was finished now. "You two start home, Daisy," Tom said, "in Mr. Gatsby's car." Daisy looked at Tom, alarmed. But Tom insisted with a cold, proud scorn. "Go on, he won't bother you. I think he knows his rude little flirt is over." Daisy and Gatsby left. They said nothing. They seemed snapped away, like something accidental, like ghosts. Even our pity could not reach them. After a moment, Tom stood up and wrapped the unopened whiskey bottle in the towel. "Want any of this?" he asked. "Jordan? Nick?" I did not answer. "Nick?" Tom asked again. "What?" I said. "Want any?" he asked again. "No," I said. "I just remembered that today is my birthday." I was 30 years old. In front of me, I felt the heavy road of a new 10 years. It felt threatening. At 7 o'clock, we got into Tom's coupe and started toward Long Island. Tom talked all the time. He laughed and sounded proud. But to Jordan and me, his voice felt far away, like street noise, like the loud elevated train overhead. Human sympathy has limits, and we were happy to let their sad fight fade behind us with the city lights. 30. It felt like 10 years of loneliness. Fewer single men to know, less enthusiasm, less hair. But Jordan was beside me. Unlike Daisy, Jordan was too wise to carry old dreams from age to age. As we crossed the dark bridge, her pale face rested lazily against my coat. The fear of 30 faded with the safe pressure of her hand. So we drove on through the cool twilight toward death. After that, the young Greek man Michaelis, who ran the coffee shop next to the ash heaps, became the main witness at the inquest. He had slept through the heat until after 5. Then he walked to the garage and found George Wilson sick in his office, really sick. Wilson was pale like his pale hair, and he was shaking. Michaelis told him to go to bed, but Wilson refused. He said he would miss business if he went to bed. While Michaelis tried to persuade him, a loud fight started overhead. "I have my wife locked up there," Wilson explained calmly. "She will stay there until the day after tomorrow, and then we are going to move away." Michaelis was shocked. They had been neighbors for 4 years, and Wilson never seemed able to do something like that. Usually, Wilson was a worn-out man.
When he was not working, he sat on a chair in the doorway and stared at people and cars passing on the road. When anyone spoke to him, he always laughed in a nice, empty way. He belonged to his wife, not to himself. So Michaelis tried to learn what happened, but Wilson would not say. Instead, Wilson began to look at Michaelis with curious, suspicious glances. Then Wilson started asking Michaelis where he had been at certain times on certain days. Michaelis began to feel uneasy. Just then some workmen walked past the door, going to Michaelis's restaurant. Michaelis used the chance to leave. He meant to come back later, but he did not. He thought he simply forgot.
A little after 7, Michaelis came outside again. Then he remembered the talk because he heard Mrs. Wilson's voice downstairs in the garage. She was loud and angry. "Beat me!" she cried. "Throw me down and beat me, you dirty little coward!" A moment later she ran out into the dusk, waving her hands and shouting. Before Michaelis could move from his doorway, it was over. The car that hit her, the newspapers later called it the death car. It did not stop. It came out of the growing darkness, shook or swerved for a moment, and then disappeared around the next bend. Michaelis was not even sure of its color. He told the first policeman it was light green. Another car, going toward New York, stopped about 100 yards away. The driver ran back to where Myrtle Wilson knelt in the road. Her life had been ended in a violent way. Her thick, dark blood mixed with the dust. Michaelis and that man reached her first. They tore open her shirt, still damp with sweat. They saw that her left breast was swinging loose like a flap. Then they knew there was no need to listen for a heartbeat. Her mouth was wide open and torn a little at the corners, as if she had choked while giving up the strong life she had held inside for so long. Later we saw 3 or 4 cars and a crowd from far away. "Wreck," Tom said. "That's good. Wilson will have some business at last." He slowed down, but he did not plan to stop. Then, as we got closer, the faces at the garage door were quiet and serious. That made him brake without thinking. "We'll take a look," he said, not sure. "Just a look." Now I heard a hollow crying sound coming from the garage. It did not stop. As we got out and walked closer, the sound became clear words, said again and again in a gasping moan. "Oh my God!" "There's bad trouble here," Tom said, excited. He stood on tiptoe and looked over the circle of heads into the garage. It was lit only by a yellow light in a swinging metal basket above. Tom made a harsh sound in his throat. Then he pushed hard with his strong arms and forced his way through the crowd. The circle closed again with murmuring voices. For a minute I could not see. Then new people arrived, and Jordan and I were pushed inside. Myrtle Wilson's body lay on a work table by the wall. It was wrapped in one blanket and then another, as if she felt cold in the hot night. Tom stood with his back to us, bent over the table, not moving. Next to him, a motorcycle policeman wrote names in a small book. He sweated and corrected his writing again and again. At first, I could not find who was making the loud groaning sounds that filled the bare garage. Then I saw Wilson. He stood at the doorway of his office, on a raised step. He swayed back and forth, holding the doorposts with both hands. A man talked to him quietly and tried to touch his shoulder, but Wilson did not hear or see. His eyes moved slowly from the swinging light to the covered body, then jerked back up again. And he cried without stopping in a high, terrible voice, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh God!" At last Tom lifted his head. He stared around with empty eyes and said something unclear to the policeman. The policeman was trying to write a name correctly. He said, "Mav," and someone corrected him. "No, Mav Rowe." "Listen to me," Tom muttered fiercely. "What you want, fella?" the policeman asked. "What happened?" Tom demanded. "That's what I want to know." "Auto hit her. Instantly killed," the policeman said. "Instantly killed," Tom repeated, staring. "She ran out in a road. Son of a bitch didn't even stop us car." "There was 2 cars," Michaelis said. "One coming, one going." "Going where?" the policeman asked sharply. "One going each way," Michaelis said. "She ran out there, and the one coming from New York hit her going 30 or 40 miles an hour." "What's the name of this place?" the officer asked.
"It doesn't have a name," someone said. A pale, well-dressed black man stepped closer. "It was a yellow car," he said. "A big yellow car. New." "Did you see the accident?" the policeman asked. "No," the man said. "But the car passed me down the road, going faster than 40, going 50, 60. "Come here," the policeman said. "I want your name." Some of these words reached Wilson. Suddenly he cried a new thing through his moans. "You don't have to tell me what kind of car it was. I know what kind of car it was." I watched Tom. I saw the strong muscles in his back tighten under his coat. He walked quickly to Wilson. He stood in front of him and held him firmly by the upper arms. "You've got to pull yourself together," Tom said in a rough, calming voice. Wilson's eyes fell on Tom. He rose on his toes and almost fell, but Tom held him up. "Listen," Tom said, shaking him a little. "I just got here a minute ago from New York. I was bringing you that coupe we talked about. That yellow car I drove this afternoon was not mine, do you hear? I haven't seen it all afternoon." Only the black man and I were close enough to hear clearly, but the policeman heard something in Tom's tone and looked over in a hard way. "What's all that?" the policeman demanded. "I'm a friend of his," Tom said. He turned his head but kept holding Wilson. "He says he knows the car that did it. It was a yellow car." The policeman looked at Tom with suspicion. "What color is your car?" "It's blue," Tom said. "A coupe." "We came straight from New York," I added. Someone behind us confirmed it, and the policeman turned away. "Now, let me get that name again correct," he said. Tom lifted Wilson like a doll and carried him into the office. He put him in a chair and came back. "Somebody come in and sit with him," Tom snapped. Two men went into the office. Tom shut the door. Then he came down the step, keeping his eyes away from the work table. When he passed close to me, he whispered, "Let's get out." We pushed through the crowd and left. A doctor arrived then, carrying a case. Someone had called him in crazy hope, but it was too late. Tom drove slowly until we passed the bend. Then he pressed hard on the gas, and the coupe raced through the night. After a while, I heard a low, rough sob. I saw tears running down Tom's face. "The goddamned coward," he cried. "He didn't even stop his car." Then the Buchanan's house came into view through the dark trees. Tom stopped near the porch and looked up at the second floor. Two windows shone with light among the vines. "Daisy's home," he said. As we got out, he frowned at me. "I should have dropped you at West Egg, Nick. There's nothing we can do tonight." His tone changed. He spoke seriously and with decision. As we walked across the gravel in moonlight, he explained quickly, "I'll call a taxi to take you home. While you wait, you and Jordan should go into the kitchen and get some supper if you want." He opened the door. "Come in." "No, thanks," I said. "But please call the taxi. I'll wait outside." Jordan touched my arm. "Won't you come in, Nick?" she asked. "No, thanks," I said. I felt sick and I wanted to be alone. "It's only 9:30, Jordan said. I refused inside myself. I had had enough of all of them for one day, and suddenly that included Jordan too. She seemed to see it in my face. She turned away sharply and ran up the porch steps into the house. I sat for a few minutes with my head in my hands. Then I heard the phone inside and the butler calling for a taxi. After that I walked slowly down the drive toward the gate to wait. I had not gone 20 yards when I heard my name. Gatsby stepped out from between two bushes. By that time I felt strange and tired, and I could think of nothing except how his pink suit looked bright under the moon. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Just standing here, old sport," he said. Somehow that felt like a shameful thing to do. For all I knew, he might even rob the house. I would not have been surprised to see dark faces, the faces of Wolfsheim's people, behind him in the bushes. "Did you see any trouble on the road?" he asked after a minute. "Yes," I said. He hesitated. "Was she killed?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "I thought so," he said. "I told Daisy I thought so. It's better if the shock comes all at once. She took it pretty well." He spoke as if only Daisy's feelings mattered. "I got back to West Egg by a side road," he continued, "and I left the car in my garage. I don't think anyone saw us, but I can't be sure." I disliked him so much at that moment that I did not tell him he was wrong about anything. "Who was the woman?" he asked. "Her name was Wilson," I said. "Her husband owns the garage. How did it happen?" "Well, I tried to turn the wheel." He stopped. Suddenly I guessed the truth. "Was Daisy driving?" I asked. "Yes," he said after a moment. "But of course I will say I was," he explained. "When we left New York, she was very nervous," he said. "She thought driving would calm her. Then that woman ran out at us just as we were passing a car coming the other way. It happened in a minute, but it seemed like she wanted to speak to us. She thought we were someone she knew. First, Daisy turned away from the woman toward the other car. Then she lost her nerve and turned back. The second my hand reached the wheel, I felt the shock. It must have killed her at once." "It tore her open," I said. "Don't tell me, old sport," Gatsby said. He winced. "Anyway, Daisy stepped on the gas," he continued. "I tried to make her stop, but she couldn't, so I pulled the emergency brake. Then she fell into my lap and I drove on. She will be all right tomorrow," he said after a moment. "I'm going to wait here and see if Tom tries to bother her about what happened this afternoon. She locked herself in her room, and if he tries to be violent, she will turn the light out and on again." "He won't touch her," I said. "He's not thinking about her." "I don't trust him," Gatsby said. "How long will you wait?" I asked. "All night if necessary," he said, "until they go to bed." Then I thought of something. If Tom learned Daisy was driving, he might connect it with Gatsby. He might think anything. I looked at the house. Downstairs, 2 or 3 windows were bright, and Daisy's room on the ground floor gave off a pink light. "Wait here," I said. "I'll see if there is any sign of trouble." I walked back along the edge of the lawn, crossed the gravel softly, and tiptoed up the veranda steps. The curtains of the drawing room were open. The room was empty. I crossed the porch where we had eaten dinner 3 months ago in June. Then I came to a small rectangle of light. I guessed it was the pantry window. The blind was down, but there was a small gap at the bottom. Through that gap, I saw Daisy and Tom. They sat opposite each other at the kitchen table. Between them was a plate of cold fried chicken and 2 bottles of ale. Tom spoke seriously across the table. In his seriousness, his hand lay over Daisy's hand and covered it. Once in a while, Daisy looked up at him and nodded. They were not happy. Neither touched the chicken or the ale. But they were not exactly unhappy either. There was a clear air of natural closeness around them. Anyone would have said they were planning something together. I left the porch quietly. At that moment, I heard my taxi coming slowly on the dark road. Gatsby was waiting where I had left him in the drive. "Is it quiet?" he asked anxiously. "Yes," I said. "It's quiet." I hesitated. "You should go home and sleep." He shook his head. "I want to wait here until Daisy goes to bed. Good night, old sport." He put his hands in his coat pockets and turned back toward the house, watching it closely, as if my presence made his watch less pure and less special. So I walked away. I left him standing there in the moonlight, watching the house, watching over nothing. Chapter 8. I could not sleep all night. A foghorn and the sound kept groaning again and again. I turned in my bed, half sick, moving between strange, real thoughts and wild, frightening dreams. Near dawn, I heard a taxi go up Gatsby's drive. At once, I jumped out of bed and started to dress. I felt I had to tell him something, to warn him. In the morning, it would be too late. When I crossed his lawn, I saw his front door was still open. Gatsby was inside the hall, leaning against a table. He looked heavy with sadness, or maybe with sleep. "Nothing happened," he said weakly. "I waited. About 4 o'clock she came to the window. She stood there for a minute, and then she turned out the light." That night, Gatsby's house had never seemed so huge to me. We went through the big rooms looking for cigarettes. We pushed aside curtains that were like tents, and we felt along long stretches of dark wall, searching for light switches. Once I fell and landed with a splash-like sound on the keys of a ghostly piano. There was dust everywhere, more dust than I could explain. The rooms smelled old and closed, like they had not had fresh air for many days. I found the humidor on a table I did not recognize. Inside were 2 cigarettes, stale and dry. We opened the French windows in the drawing room, and we sat and smoked, looking out into the dark night.
"You should go away," I said. "It's almost certain they will trace your car." "Go away now, old sport?" he asked. "Go to Atlantic City for a week," I said, "or go up to Montreal." But he would not think about it. He said he could not leave Daisy until he knew what she would do. He held on to a last hope, and I could not bear to pull him away from it. That night he told me the strange story of his youth with Dan Cody. He told it because Great Gatsby had broken like glass against Tom's hard cruelty, and Gatsby's long, secret show of wealth and mystery was finished. I think he would have admitted almost anything now, without hiding, but still he wanted to talk about Daisy. He said Daisy was the first nice girl he had ever known. He had met people like that before, in different ways, but there had always been an invisible sharp barrier between him and them. Daisy was exciting to him. He wanted her strongly. At first he went to Daisy's house with other officers from Camp Taylor. Later he went alone. Her house amazed him. He had never been in such a beautiful house before. But the strongest feeling came from one fact. Daisy lived there. To her, this rich house was normal, as casual as his tent at camp was to him. The house felt full of ripe mystery to him. It hinted at bedrooms upstairs, more beautiful and cooler than other bedrooms. It hinted at happy, bright life moving through the halls. It hinted at love stories that were not old and dried up, not put away in lavender, but fresh and alive. It smelled of this year's shining cars and dances whose flowers had not even had time to die. It also excited him that many men had already loved Daisy. That made her seem more valuable in his eyes. He felt those men's presence in the house, in the air, like shadows and echoes of feelings that were still strong. But Gatsby also knew he was in Daisy's house by a huge accident. No matter how great his future might become as Great Gatsby, right then he was a poor young man without a past. At any moment the invisible cover of his uniform could slip away and show what he really was. He could be sent anywhere by a government that did not care about him. So he tried to take the most from the time he had. He took what he could get, hungry and without much care. In the end, on one October night, he took Daisy. He took her because he felt he had no true right even to touch her hand, and he took her anyway. He might have hated himself for it because he took her under false ideas. I do not mean he talked about millions of money he did not have, but he did give Daisy a feeling of safety. He let her believe he was from the same social level as she was. He let her believe he could take care of her. But in fact, he could not. He had no strong family behind him, no secure place, and a government could send him away across the world at any time. Still, Gatsby did not hate himself, and it did not happen the way he first imagined. He probably meant to take what he could and leave. But then he found he had tied himself to a holy goal, like a grail. He knew Daisy was special, but he did not know how special a nice girl could be. Then Daisy vanished back into her rich house, into her full, rich life, and Gatsby was left with nothing. He felt as if he was married to her in his heart, that was all. When they met again 2 days later, Gatsby was the one who was breathless, the one who felt exposed. Daisy's porch was bright with bought luxury, like stars that wealth could buy. The wicker seat squeaked in a fashionable way as she turned toward him, and he kissed her curious, lovely mouth. Daisy had caught a cold. Because of that, her voice was rougher, huskier, and even more charming. Gatsby felt strongly the youth and mystery that wealth traps and protects. He noticed the freshness of many clothes, and he saw Daisy, shining like silver, safe and proud, far above the hard struggles of poor people. He said to me, "I can't describe how surprised I was to find out I loved her, old sport. For a while I even hoped she would leave me, but she didn't. She loved me too. She thought I knew a lot because I knew different things from her. I was far from my old ambitions, and every minute I fell deeper in love. Then suddenly I did not care about ambition anymore. What was the use of doing great things if I could have a better time telling her what I was going to do?" On the last afternoon before he went abroad, he sat with Daisy in his arms for a long time. They were silent. It was a cold fall day. There was a fire in the room, and Daisy's cheeks were red. Sometimes she moved a little, and he shifted his arm a little. Once he kissed her dark, shining hair.
That afternoon made them calm for a while, as if it wanted to give them a deep memory, because the next day they would part for a long time. They had never been closer than in that moment. In their whole month of love, they had never shared feelings more deeply than when Daisy brushed her silent lips against his coat shoulder, or when he touched the ends of her fingers gently, as if she were asleep. Gatsby also told me about the war. He did very well. He was a captain before he went to the front. After the Argonne battles, he became a major and commanded the divisional machine guns.
After the war ended, he tried desperately to get home, but some problem or misunderstanding sent him to Oxford instead. During that time, Daisy's letters changed. There was nervous fear in them. She did not understand why he could not come. She felt pressure from the world around her. She wanted to see him, to feel him beside her, to feel sure she was doing the right thing. Daisy was young. Her world was artificial and rich. It smelled of orchids. It was full of pleasant, cheerful snobbery. Orchestras set the rhythm of the year, putting the sadness and the meaning of life into new songs. All night saxophones cried out the hopeless sound of Beale Street blues. 100 pairs of gold and silver shoes shuffled on shining dust. At the gray tea hour there were rooms that beat with a low, sweet fever, while fresh faces drifted like rose petals blown by sad horns across the floor. Inside that twilight world, Daisy began to move again with the season. Suddenly, she had many dates in one day, with many men. At dawn, she would fall asleep, with beads and chiffon from her evening dress tangled among dying orchids on the floor near her bed. All the time, something inside her cried for a decision. She wanted her life shaped now, at once. And the decision had to be forced by something close and real, love or money or strong practicality. That force arrived in the middle of spring when Tom Buchanan came. His body and his position had a solid, healthy heaviness. Daisy felt flattered. There was struggle and there was relief. The letter about this reached Gatsby while he was still at Oxford. Now it was dawn on Long Island, while Gatsby told me these things. We went downstairs and opened the rest of the windows. Gray light came in, then gold light. A tree shadow fell sharply across the wet grass. Ghostly birds began to sing among blue leaves. The air moved in a slow, pleasant way, almost no wind, promising a cool and lovely day. "I don't think she ever loved him," Gatsby said. He turned from a window and looked at me as if he was challenging me to disagree. "You must remember, old sport, she was very excited yesterday afternoon. He told her those things in a way that frightened her, that made it seem I was some cheap liar. So she hardly knew what she was saying." He sat down again, gloomy. "Of course she might have loved him for just a minute, when they first married," he said, "and loved me more even then. Do you see?" Then he said something strange. "In any case," he said, "it was just personal." I did not know what to make of that, except that his feeling about it was very intense, too deep to measure. He told me how he came back from France. Tom and Daisy were still on their wedding trip then. Gatsby went to Louisville with the last of his army pay. He was miserable, but he could not resist going. He stayed a week. He walked the streets where he and Daisy had walked together in November nights. He visited hidden places where they had driven in her white car. Daisy's house had always seemed more bright and mysterious than other houses, and now even the city felt that way to him, even though she was gone. The city was filled with a sad beauty for him. He left Louisville feeling that if he had searched harder, he might have found her. He felt he was leaving her behind. The day coach was hot. Gatsby was poor again. He went to the open vestibule and sat on a folding chair. The station slid away. The backs of strange buildings moved past. Then Spring Fields opened out. A yellow trolley raced alongside the train for a minute. It carried people who might once have seen Daisy's pale magic face on some casual street. The track curved, and now the train went away from the sun. The sun sank lower and seemed to bless the city that was vanishing behind him, where Daisy had once lived and breathed. Gatsby stretched out his hand in desperation, as if he could grab a wisp of air, as if he could save even a small piece of the place she had made beautiful for him. But the train moved too fast. His eyes blurred, and he knew he had lost it, the freshest and best part, forever.
At 9 o'clock, we finished breakfast and went out on the porch. The night had changed the weather sharply. The air now had an autumn taste. The gardener came up. He was the last servant left from Gatsby's old staff. "I'm going to drain the pool today, Mr. Gatsby," he said. "Leaves will start falling soon, and then the pipes always have trouble."
"Don't do it today," Gatsby said. Then he turned to me and spoke as if he felt he must excuse himself. "You know, old sport, I never used that pool all summer." I looked at my watch and stood up. 12 minutes to my train. I did not want to go into the city. I was not able to do good work. But it was more than that. I did not want to leave Gatsby. I missed that train, and then another one, before I could make myself go. "I'll call you up," I said at last. "Do, old sport," he said. "I'll call you about noon." We walked slowly down the steps. "I suppose Daisy will call too," he said. He looked at me anxiously as if he wanted me to confirm it. "I suppose so," I said. "Well, goodbye," he said. We shook hands and I started away. Then, just before I reached the hedge, I remembered something. I turned back. "They're a rotten crowd," I shouted across the lawn. "You're worth the whole damn bunch put together." I have always been glad I said that. It was the only compliment I ever gave him, because from start to finish I disapproved of him. First he nodded politely. Then his face broke into that bright, understanding smile, as if we had agreed on this truth together for a long time. His pink suit, so fine and bright, made a spot of color against the white steps. I thought of the night 3 months earlier when I first came to his home. Then the lawn and drive were full of faces. People guessed he was corrupt, and they crowded around. And he stood on those steps, hiding his incorruptible dream, waving goodbye. I thanked him for his hospitality. We were always thanking him for that, me and the others. "Goodbye," I called. "I enjoyed breakfast, Gatsby." In the city, I tried for a while to write down stock prices. There were too many. Then I fell asleep in my swivel chair. Just before noon, the phone woke me. I sat up fast, sweating. It was Jordan Baker. She often called me at this hour because she moved between hotels, clubs, and private houses, and she was hard to find any other way. Usually her voice sounded fresh and cool, like a piece of green grass from a golf course flying in through the window. But this morning her voice sounded harsh and dry. "I left Daisy's house," she said. "I'm at Hempstead, and I'm going down to Southampton this afternoon." Maybe it was wise of her to leave Daisy's house, but it annoyed me. Then she said something that made me stiff. "You weren't very nice to me last night," she said. "How could that matter then?" I said. There was silence for a moment. Then she spoke again. "Still, I want to see you." "I want to see you too," I said. "What if I don't go to Southampton," she said, "and I come into town this afternoon?" "No," I said, "not this afternoon." "Very well," she said. "It's impossible this afternoon," I said. We talked like that for a while. Then suddenly we stopped talking. I don't know who hung up first, but I know I did not care. I could not have sat with her at a tea table that day, even if I never talked to her again in my life. A few minutes later, I called Gatsby's house. The line was busy. I tried 4 times. Finally, the operator, annoyed, told me the line was being kept open for a long-distance call from Detroit. I took out my timetable and drew a small circle around the 3:50 train. Then I leaned back and tried to think. It was exactly noon. On the train that morning, when I passed the ash heaps, I moved on purpose to the other side of the car. I guessed a curious crowd would stay there all day. Boys would search for dark spots in the dust. Some talkative man would tell the story again and again until it felt less real even to him, until he could not tell it any more. Then Myrtle Wilson's tragic event would be forgotten. Now, I want to go back and tell what happened at the garage after we left the night before. They had trouble finding Myrtle's sister, Catherine. She must have broken her rule about drinking, because when she arrived, she was stupid with liquor. She could not understand that the ambulance had already gone to Flushing. When they finally made her understand, she fainted at once, as if that was the part she could not bear.
Someone, kind or curious, took her in a car and drove her after the ambulance, following the body. Until long after midnight, the crowd kept coming and going in front of the garage. Inside, George Wilson rocked back and forth on the couch. For a while, the office door was open, and everyone who came into the garage could not help glancing through it. At last, someone said it was a shame and closed the door.
Michaelis stayed with Wilson, and other men stayed too. First 4 or 5 men, then later 2 or 3. Later still, Michaelis had to ask the last stranger to stay 15 minutes more while he went back to his shop and made coffee. After that, he stayed alone with Wilson until dawn. Around 3 o'clock, Wilson's broken muttering changed. He became quieter and began to talk about the yellow car. He said he had a way to find out who owned it. Then he suddenly said that 2 months before, his wife had come from the city with bruises on her face and a swollen nose. When he heard himself say this, he flinched, and he began to cry, "Oh, my God," again in that groaning voice. Michaelis tried in a clumsy way to distract him. "How long have you been married, George?" Michaelis asked. "Come on, sit still and answer. How long?" 12 years, Wilson said. "Any children?" Michaelis asked. "Come on, George, sit still. Did you ever have children?" Outside, hard brown beetles kept hitting the dull light. Whenever Michaelis heard a car tearing along the road, it sounded to him like the car that did not stop. He did not want to go into the garage. The workbench was stained where the body had been, so he moved around the office in discomfort. By morning, he knew every object there. From time to time, he sat by Wilson and tried to keep him calm. "Do you have a church you go to sometimes, George?" Michaelis asked. "Even if you haven't been in a long time? Maybe I could call the church and get a priest to come and talk to you." "I don't belong to any," Wilson said. "You should have a church for times like this," Michaelis said. "You must have gone once. Didn't you marry in a church? Didn't you get married in a church?" "That was a long time ago," Wilson said. Answering broke his rocking rhythm. He was quiet for a moment. Then the half-knowing, half-confused look came back into his faded eyes. "Look in that drawer," he said, pointing to the desk. "Which drawer?" Michaelis asked. "That one," Wilson said. Michaelis opened the drawer nearest his hand. Inside was only a small, expensive dog leash, leather with braided silver. It looked new. "This?" Michaelis asked, holding it up. Wilson stared and nodded. "I found it yesterday afternoon," he said. "She tried to tell me about it, but I knew something was funny." "You mean your wife bought it?" Michaelis asked. "She had it wrapped in tissue paper on her bureau," Wilson said. Michaelis did not think it was strange. He gave Wilson many reasons why Myrtle might have bought a dog leash. But maybe Wilson had already heard the same reasons from Myrtle, because he began to whisper, "Oh, my God," again, and Michaelis stopped talking, leaving the reasons hanging in the air. "Then he killed her," Wilson said suddenly. His mouth fell open. "Who did?" Michaelis asked. "I have a way of finding out," Wilson said. "You're morbid, George," Michaelis said. "This has been a terrible strain. You don't know what you're saying. Try to sit quiet till morning." "He murdered her," Wilson repeated. "It was an accident," Michaelis said. Wilson shook his head. His eyes narrowed. His mouth widened a little, and he made a ghost-like sound like, as if he knew better. "I know," Wilson said. "I'm one of these trusting men. I don't think harm to anybody. But when I know a thing, I know it. It was the man in that car. She ran out to speak to him, and he wouldn't stop." Michaelis had seen Myrtle run out, but he had not thought there was special meaning. He thought she was running away from her husband, not toward a particular car. "How could she be like that?" Michaelis asked. "She's a deep one," Wilson said, as if that explained everything. He began rocking again, and Michaelis twisted the leash in his hand. "Maybe you have a friend I can call?" Michaelis asked. He did not really believe Wilson had a friend. Wilson did not seem big enough for that. Then Michaelis noticed the light changing. The window became blue. Dawn was near. About 5 o'clock, it was blue enough outside that he could turn off the lamp. Wilson's glazed eyes turned toward the ash heaps. Small gray clouds took strange shapes in the weak dawn wind. After a long silence, Wilson muttered, "I spoke to her. I told her she might fool me,
but she couldn't fool God. I took her to the window. With effort, he stood up and walked to the back window. He leaned forward with his face pressed to the glass. I said, "God knows what you've been doing, everything you've been doing. You may fool me, but you can't fool God." Standing behind him, Michaelis looked out and felt shock. Wilson was staring at the giant eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg. They had just appeared, pale and huge, out of the fading night.
"God sees everything," Wilson said again. "That's an advertisement," Michaelis told him. Something made Michaelis turn away and look back into the room, but Wilson stayed at the window a long time, his face close to the glass, nodding into the twilight. By 6 o'clock, Michaelis was exhausted. He felt grateful when a car stopped outside. It was one of the watchers from the night before. The man had promised to come back. Michaelis cooked breakfast for 3. He and the other man ate. Wilson was quieter. Then Michaelis went home to sleep. 4 hours later, he woke and hurried back. Wilson was gone. Later, people traced Wilson's movements. He was on foot all the time. He went to Port Roosevelt, then to Gad's Hill. There he bought a sandwich he did not eat and a cup of coffee. He must have been tired and slow because he did not reach Gad's Hill until noon. Up to then, his time was clear. Boys saw a man acting sort of crazy. Drivers saw him staring strangely from the side of the road. Then for 3 hours he disappeared. The police thought he spent that time going from garage to garage asking about a yellow car because he had told Michaelis he had a way of finding out. But no garage man ever said he had seen him. Maybe Wilson had a different way, easier and more sure. By 2:30 he was in West Egg. He asked someone the way to Gatsby's house. So by then he knew Gatsby's name. At 2 o'clock, Gatsby put on his bathing suit. He told the butler that if anyone called, the message must be brought to him at the pool. He stopped at the garage and took a pneumatic mattress, the kind that had amused his guests all summer. The chauffeur helped him pump it up. Then Gatsby gave an instruction. The open car must not be taken out for any reason. This was strange, because the front right fender needed repair. Gatsby put the mattress on his shoulder and started toward the pool. Once he stopped and shifted it. The chauffeur asked if he needed help, but Gatsby shook his head. Soon he disappeared among trees that were starting to turn yellow. No phone call came, but the butler stayed awake and waited for it until 4 o'clock, long after there was anyone to bring it to if it came. I think Gatsby himself did not really believe the call would come, and maybe he no longer cared. If that was true, then he must have felt he had lost the old warm world. He must have felt he had paid a high price for living too long with one dream. He must have looked up at a sky that now felt unfamiliar, through leaves that looked frightening. He must have shivered as he noticed how strange a rose is and how raw the sunlight was on the new grass. It was like a new world, solid but not real, where poor ghosts drifted, breathing dreams like air, moving by chance. And then, through the unclear trees, that ashen, unreal figure moved toward him. The chauffeur, who was one of Wolfsheim's protected men, heard the shots. Later, he could only say he did not think much about them at the time. I drove from the station straight to Gatsby's house. I ran up the front steps in panic, and that was the first thing that alarmed anyone. But I believe they already knew, inside, even before I arrived. With almost no words, 4 of us, the chauffeur, the butler, the gardener, and I, ran down to the pool. In the pool there was a small movement of water. Fresh water flowed in at one end and moved slowly toward the drain at the other. The mattress floated and moved in an uneven way down the pool. The ripples were tiny, hardly like real waves. A small gust of wind, barely wrinkling the water, was enough to push the mattress off its path, with its chance burden on top. A touch from a cluster of leaves turned it slowly. As it turned, it traced a thin red circle in the water. After we started to carry Gatsby toward the house, the gardener saw Wilson's body lying a little way off in the grass. Then the horror was complete. Chapter 9. 2 years later. I remember the rest of that day, and that night, and the next day, like one long, hard drill. Police came and went. Photographers came and went. Newspapermen came and went. They went in and out of Gatsby's front door again and again.
A rope was across the main gate. A policeman stood there. He stopped curious people. But little boys soon found a way in. They could come through my yard. There were always a few boys near the pool. They stood there with their mouths open, looking. That afternoon, a man bent over Wilson's body. He spoke in a sure way. Maybe he was a detective. He used the word madman. His voice sounded like it had power, just because he spoke so strongly. That voice set the tone for the newspaper stories the next morning. Most of those stories were like a bad dream. They were ugly, they were full of details, they were eager, they were not true. When Michaelis spoke at the inquest, he told about Wilson's fear and his thoughts about his wife. I thought the whole story would soon become a dirty joke in the papers. But Catherine, who could have said anything, did not say one word that helped the papers. She showed a surprising strength. She looked at the coroner with hard, determined eyes. Her eyebrows had been fixed and shaped, and she held her face steady under them. She swore that her sister had never seen Gatsby. She swore her sister was completely happy with her husband. She swore her sister had never done anything wrong at all. She made herself believe it. She cried into her handkerchief, as if even the idea was too much for her to bear. So, in the end, Wilson became in the story a man made sick in his mind by grief. That made the case simple, and the case stayed there. But all of that felt far away to me, and not the main thing. I found myself on Gatsby's side, and I was alone. From the moment I telephoned the news of the disaster to West Egg Village, every guess about Gatsby and every practical question came to me. At first I felt surprised and confused. Then I watched him lying in his house. He did not move, he did not breathe, he did not speak. Hour after hour passed, and I began to feel that I was responsible for him because no one else cared. No one else had that strong, personal care that everyone has some small right to receive at the end. I called Daisy about half an hour after we found him. I called her without thinking. I called her at once, as if my hands did it by themselves. But Daisy and Tom had left early that afternoon. They took baggage with them. "Left no address?" I asked. "No," the person said. "Did they say when they would be back?" "No." "Do you have any idea where they are? Do you know how I can reach them?" "I don't know. I can't say." I wanted to get somebody for Gatsby. I wanted to go into the room where he lay. I wanted to tell him something kind. I wanted to say, "I will get somebody for you, Gatsby. Don't worry. Just trust me. I will get somebody for you." Meyer Wolfsheim's name was not in the phone book. The butler gave me his office address on Broadway. I called information. I got the number. But by the time I had it, it was long after 5. No one answered. "Will you ring again?" I asked. "I've rung 3 times, the operator said. "It's very important," I said. "Sorry, I'm afraid no one's there." I went back to the drawing room. For a moment I thought all these official people were only visitors by chance. The room was suddenly full of them. But they pulled back the sheet. They looked at Gatsby. Their eyes showed shock. And in my mind, Gatsby's own words kept going on, like a protest that would not stop. "Look here, old sport. You've got to get somebody for me. You've got to try hard. I can't go through this alone." Someone began to ask me questions, but I broke away. I went upstairs. I looked quickly through the parts of his desk that were not locked. He had never told me clearly that his parents were dead, but there was nothing there, nothing helpful. Only a picture of Dan Cody stared down from the wall. It was like a small sign of some old, forgotten violence. The next morning I sent the butler to New York with a letter to Wolfsheim. In the letter I asked for information. I urged him to come out on the next train. While I wrote it, the request felt useless. I was sure he would come as soon as he saw the newspapers, and I was also sure Daisy would send a wire before noon. But no wire came, and Mr. Wolfsheim did not come. No one came except more police, more photographers, and more newspaper men. When the butler came back with Wolfsheim's answer, I began to feel defiance. I felt a cold, proud feeling, as if Gatsby and I stood together against all of them. Wolfsheim's letter said, Dear Mr. Carraway, this has been one of the most terrible shocks of my life. I hardly can believe it is true. Such a mad act as that man did should make us all think. I cannot come down now, as I am tied up in very important business, and I cannot get mixed up in this thing now. If there is anything I can do a little later, let me know in a letter by Edgar. I hardly know where I am when I hear about a thing like this, and I am completely knocked down and out. Yours truly, Meyer Wolfsheim. And under that he added fast lines. Let me know about the funeral, etc. Do not know his family at all. That afternoon the phone rang. Long distance said Chicago was calling. I thought this would finally be Daisy, but when the line came through it was a man's voice. The voice was thin. It sounded far away.
This is Slagle speaking. Yes, I said. I did not know the name. Hell of a note, isn't it? Get my wire? There haven't been any wires, I said. Young Park's in trouble, he said quickly. They picked him up when he handed the bonds over the counter. They got a circular from New York with the numbers just 5 minutes before. What do you know about that, hey? You never can tell in these hick towns. Hello, I cut in, breathing hard. Listen, this isn't Mr. Gatsby. Mr. Gatsby's dead. There was a long silence on the other end. Then I heard an exclamation. Then a quick, harsh sound, and the connection broke. I think it was on the third day that a telegram came. It was signed Henry C. Gatz. It came from a town in Minnesota. It said only that the sender was leaving at once, and that I should postpone the funeral until he arrived. It was Gatsby's father. He was an old man. He looked solemn. He looked helpless and shocked. He wore a long, cheap coat, even though it was a warm September day. His eyes kept leaking tears from excitement and pain. When I took his bag and umbrella, he kept pulling at his thin gray beard again and again. He pulled so much that it was hard for me to help him take off his coat. He looked close to collapsing. So I took him into the music room and made him sit down. I sent for something to eat, but he would not eat. A glass of milk spilled from his shaking hand. I saw it in the Chicago newspaper, he said. It was all in the Chicago newspaper. I started right away. I didn't know how to reach you, I said. His eyes did not settle on anything. They moved around the room without rest. It was a madman, he said. He must have been mad. Wouldn't you like some coffee? I asked him. I don't want anything. I'm all right now, Mr. Carraway, I said. Well, I'm all right now. Where have they got Jimmy? I took him into the drawing room where his son lay, and I left him there. Some little boys had come up onto the steps. They looked into the hall. When I told them who had arrived, they went away, but slowly, like they did not want to go. After a while, Mr. Gatz opened the door and came out. His mouth hung open a little. His face was slightly red. His eyes still leaked tears, but not in a steady way. The tears came in small, late drops. He was old enough that death no longer felt like a shocking surprise. And now, as he looked around for the first time, he saw how high and grand the hall was. He saw the big rooms opening into other rooms. His grief began to mix with a kind of amazed pride. I helped him to a bedroom upstairs. While he took off his coat and vest, I told him that we had waited to make any plans until he came. I didn't know what you'd want, Mr. Gatsby. Gatz is my name, he said. Mr. Gatz, I thought you might want to take the body west. He shook his head. Jimmy always liked it better down east. He rose up to his place in the east. Were you a friend of my boys, Mr.? We were close friends, I said. He had a big future in front of him, you know. He was only a young man, but he had a lot of brain power here. He touched his head as if to show where the power was, and I nodded. If he'd lived, he'd have been a great man. A man like James J. Hill. He'd have helped build up the country. That's true, I said, but I felt uncomfortable. He fumbled with the bed cover. It had embroidery on it. He tried to pull it off the bed. Then he lay down stiffly, and at once he fell asleep. That night a person called. The person sounded scared. He demanded to know who I was before he would tell me his name. This is Mr. Carraway, I said. Oh, he said, and he sounded relieved. This is Klipspringer. I was relieved, too.
It sounded like one more friend for Gatsby's grave.
I did not want the funeral in the papers. I did not want a crowd of sightseers. So I had been calling some people myself, but they were hard to find.
"The funeral's tomorrow," I said. 3 o'clock, here at the house. Please tell anyone who would care." "Oh, I will," he said quickly. "Of course I'm not likely to see anybody, but if I do—" His tone made me suspicious. "Of course you'll be there yourself," I said. "Well, I'll certainly try. What I called up about is—" "Wait a minute," I said. "Say you'll come." "Well, the truth is, I'm staying with some people up here in Greenwich, and they rather expect me to be with them tomorrow. There's a sort of picnic or something. Of course I'll do my best to get away." I made a short sound, a hard "huh." He must have heard it because he went on nervously. "What I called up about was a pair of shoes I left there. I wonder if it would be too much trouble for the butler to send them. They're tennis shoes, and I'm sort of helpless without them. My address is care of B.F." I did not hear the rest because I hung up. After that, I felt shame for Gatsby. One gentleman I phoned hinted that Gatsby got what he deserved, but that was my fault. That man was one who used to laugh at Gatsby the most, and he did it because he drank Gatsby's liquor. I should have known better than to call him. On the morning of the funeral, I went up to New York to see Meyer Wolfsheim. I could not reach him any other way. An elevator boy advised me, and I pushed open a door. It said, "The Swastika Holding Company." At first it seemed empty, but I shouted hello several times. No one answered. Then I heard an argument behind a partition. After that, a beautiful Jewish woman came to an inside door and looked at me with black, hostile eyes. "Nobody's in," she said. "Mr. Wolfsheim's gone to Chicago." The first part was clearly not true, because someone inside began to whistle "The Rosary" badly and without tune. "Please tell Mr. Wolfsheim that Mr. Carraway wants to see him," I said. "I can't bring him back from Chicago, can I?" she said. At that moment a voice called, "Stella!" from the other side of the door. It was Wolfsheim's voice. I knew it. "Leave your name on the desk," she said quickly. "I'll give it to him when he gets back." "But I know he's there," I said. She took a step toward me. She began to slide her hands up and down her hips in anger. "You young men think you can force your way in here any time," she scolded. "We're sick and tired of it. When I say he's in Chicago, he's in Chicago." I said Gatsby's name. "Oh!" She looked at me again, more carefully. "Will you what was your name?" Then she vanished. A moment later, Meyer Wolfsheim stood in the doorway. He looked solemn. He held out both hands. He drew me into his office. He spoke in a serious, respectful voice. He said it was a sad time for all of us. He offered me a cigar. "My memory goes back to when I first met him," he said. "A young major just out of the army, covered in medals from the war. He was so poor he kept wearing his uniform because he could not buy normal clothes. The first time I saw him, he came into Weinbrenner's pool room on 43rd Street and asked for a job. He had not eaten for a couple of days. I said, 'Come on, have some lunch with me.' He ate more than $4 worth of food in half an hour." "Did you start him in business?" I asked. "Start him?" he said. "I made him." "Oh," I said. "I raised him up out of nothing," he said, "right out of the gutter. I saw right away he was a fine-looking young man, like a gentleman. When he told me he was at Oxford, I knew I could use him well. I got him to join the American Legion, and he stood high there. Right away, he did some work for a client of mine in Albany. We were so close in everything," he held up 2 thick fingers, "always together." I wondered if that closeness included the World Series business in 1919. "Now he's dead," I said after a moment. "You were his closest friend, so I know you will want to come to his funeral this afternoon." "I'd like to come," he said. "Then come," I said. The hair in his nostrils moved a little, and as he shook his head, his eyes filled with tears. "I can't do it," he said. "I can't get mixed up in it." "There's nothing to get mixed up in," I said. "It's all over now." "When a man gets killed," he said, "I never like to get mixed up in it in any way. I keep out. When I was a young man, it was different. If a friend of mine died, no matter how, I stuck with them to the end. You may think that is sentimental, but I mean it, to the bitter end. I could see he had his own reason. He was determined not to come. So I stood up. "Are you a college man?" he asked suddenly. For a moment I thought he would talk about a connection, but he only nodded and shook my hand. "Let us learn to show our friendship for a man when he is alive," he said, "and not after he is dead. After that, my own rule is to let everything alone." When I left his office, the sky had turned dark. I got back to West Egg in light rain. After I changed my clothes, I went next door. Mr. Gatz was walking up and down the hall. He was excited. His pride in his son and his son's things kept growing. Now he had something to show me. "Jimmy sent me this picture," he said.
He took out his wallet with shaking fingers.
"Look there." It was a photograph of the house. The corners were cracked. Many hands had made it dirty. He pointed out every detail, eager and proud. "Look there," he kept saying. Then he looked into my eyes, looking for admiration. He had shown it so many times that I think the picture felt more real to him now than the house itself. "Jimmy sent it to me," he said. "I think it's a very pretty picture. It shows up well." "Very well," I said. "Had you seen him lately?" "He came out to see me 2 years ago," he said, "and he bought me the house I live in now. Of course, we broke when he ran off from home, but I see now there was a reason. He knew he had a big future in front of him, and ever since he made success, he was very generous with me."
He did not want to put the picture away. He held it up one more minute, slowly, before my eyes. Then he put back the wallet. Then he pulled from his pocket an old, torn copy of a book called Hopalong Cassidy. "Look here," he said. "This is a book he had when he was a boy. It just shows you." He opened it at the back cover and turned it around so I could see. On the last page there was the word schedule and the date September 12, 1906. Under that, the boy had written a plan for his day. He would get up at 6 a.m. He would do dumbbell exercise and climb walls from 6:15 to 6:30. He would study electricity and other things from 7:15 to 8:15. He would work from 8:30 to 4:30. He would play baseball and sports from 4:30 to 5. He would practice speaking well, good posture, and how to get it from 5 to 6. He would study needed inventions from 7 to 9, and under that he had written General Resolves. It was a list of rules for himself. The old man read them like they were important laws. He wrote that he would not waste time at Shafters or with a person whose name was hard to read. He wrote that he would not smoke or chew anymore. He wrote that he would take a bath every other day. He wrote that he would read one improving book or magazine each week. He wrote that he would save money each week. He wrote that he would be better to his parents. "I came across this book by accident," the old man said. "It just shows you, doesn't it?" "It just shows you," I said. "Jimmy was bound to get ahead," he said. "He always had resolves like this, or something. Do you notice what he wrote about improving his mind? He was always big on that. He told me once I ate like a hog, and I beat him for it." He did not want to close the book. He read each line aloud. After each one, he looked at me, eager. I think he almost expected me to copy the list for my own life. A little before 3, the Lutheran minister arrived from Flushing. I began to look, without meaning to, out the windows. I looked for other cars coming. Gatsby's father did the same. Time passed. The servants came in. They stood waiting in the hall. Mr. Gatz's eyes began to blink fast with worry. He spoke about the rain in a nervous way. The minister looked at his watch several times. I took the minister aside and asked him to wait half an hour, but it did not help. Nobody came. About 5 o'clock, our small funeral group went to the cemetery in 3 cars. We stopped by the gate in thick rain. First there was a motor hearse, black and wet and terrible to see. Then there was the limousine with Mr. Gatz, the minister, and me. Then there was Gatsby's station wagon with 4 or 5 servants and the postman from West Egg. We were all wet through. As we went through the gate, I heard a car stop behind us. Then I heard someone splashing after us over the soft, wet ground. I looked back. It was the man with the owl-eyed glasses. 3 months before, I had found him in Gatsby's library, amazed by Gatsby's books. I had not seen him since. I did not know how he learned about the funeral, or even how he learned Gatsby's name. Rain poured down his thick glasses. He took them off. He wiped them so he could see the cloth covering over Gatsby's grave. I tried to think about Gatsby then. I tried to hold him in my mind for one clear moment, but he already felt too far away. And I could only remember, without anger, that Daisy had sent no message and no flower. Dimly I heard someone murmur, "Blessed are the dead that the rain falls on," and then the owl-eyed man said, "Amen to that," in a brave voice. We went down quickly through the rain to the cars. At the gate, Owl Eyes spoke to me. "I couldn't get to the house," he said. "Neither could anybody else," I said. "Go on," he cried. "My God, they used to go there by the hundreds." He took off his glasses and wiped them again, outside and inside. "The poor son of a bitch," he said. "One of my strongest memories is of coming back west at Christmas time. First I came back from prep school. Later I came back from college. People who were going farther than Chicago gathered at the old Union Station at 6 o'clock on a December evening. The station was dim. They gathered with a few Chicago friends. Those friends were already caught up in holiday fun. They said quick goodbyes. I remember the fur coats of the girls coming back from schools with names like Miss This or That's. I remember the sound of talking and the white breath in the cold air. I remember hands waving high when we saw old friends. I remember people matching invitations, calling out, "Are you going to the Ordways? The Herseys? The Schultzes?" I remember the long green tickets held tight in our gloved hands. And I remember the dark yellow cars of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad. They looked cheerful on the tracks, like Christmas itself. When we pulled out into the winter night, we went into real snow. Our snow. It stretched beside us. It twinkled against the windows. The dim lights of small Wisconsin stations moved by. Then a sharp, wild cold came into the air. We breathed it in deeply as we walked back from dinner through the cold train passages. For one strange hour we felt very strongly that we belonged to this country. Then we melted back into it again like we were no one special. That is my Middle West. Not the wheat fields, not the wide prairie, not the lost Swedish towns. It is the returning trains of my youth. It is street lamps. It is sleigh bells in the cold dark. It is the shadows of holly wreaths on the snow, thrown there by lighted windows. I am part of that world. I am a little serious because of those long winters. I am a little satisfied because I grew up in the Carraway house, in a city where homes are still called by a family name, even after many decades. Now I see this story was a story of the West after all. Tom and Gatsby, Daisy and Jordan and I, we were all Westerners. Maybe we had the same weakness. Maybe that weakness made us not fit well in Eastern life. Even when the East excited me the most, even when I saw its power and its shine, it always felt distorted to me. Beyond the Ohio there are bored, spread-out towns. They are swollen. They ask endless questions of everyone, except children and very old people. Even when I was most aware of the East's superiority, it still seemed bent out of shape. West Egg still appears in my more strange dreams. I see it like a night painting by El Greco. I see 100 houses, normal and ugly at the same time, crouching under a heavy, angry sky and a moon with no shine. In the front, 4 serious men in dress suits walk along the sidewalk with a stretcher. On the stretcher lies a drunk woman in a white evening dress. Her hand hangs over the side, and her jewels sparkle coldly. Gravely, the men turn in at a house. It is the wrong house. But no one knows the woman's name, and no one cares. After Gatsby's death, the East felt like that for me. It was haunted. It was twisted beyond what my eyes could correct. So, when late fall came, and the blue smoke of dry leaves was in the air, and wind blew stiff, wet laundry on the clothesline, I decided to go back home. There was one thing I felt I had to do before I left. It was awkward. It was unpleasant. Maybe it would have been better to leave it alone. But I wanted to put things in order. I did not want to just trust the sea, that polite and indifferent sea,
to wash away my refuse. I saw Jordan Baker. I talked with her about what had happened to us and what happened afterward to me. She lay very still, listening in a big chair. She was dressed to play golf. I remember thinking she looked like an illustration in a magazine. Her chin was raised a little, in a bold way. Her hair was the color of an autumn leaf. Her face was the same brown tint as the fingerless glove on her knee. When I finished, she told me, without comment, that she was engaged to another man. I doubted it. There were several men she could have married with one nod of her head, but I pretended surprise. For a minute I wondered if I was making a mistake. Then I thought it over quickly again. I stood up to say goodbye. "Nevertheless, you did throw me over," Jordan said suddenly. "You threw me over on the telephone. I don't give a damn about you now, but it was new for me, and I felt a little dizzy for a while." We shook hands. "Oh, and do you remember," she added, "a talk we had once about driving a car?" "Not exactly," I said. "You said a bad driver is only safe until she meets another bad driver. Well, I met another bad driver, didn't I? I mean, it was careless of me to guess so wrong. I thought you were an honest, straightforward person. I thought it was your secret pride." "I'm 30, I said. "I'm 5 years too old to lie to myself and call it honor." She did not answer. Angry, and half in love with her, and deeply sorry, I turned away. One afternoon late in October, I saw Tom Buchanan. He was walking ahead of me along Fifth Avenue. He walked in his alert, aggressive way. His hands were held a little out from his body, as if he wanted to push away anyone who came close. His head moved sharply here and there, following his restless eyes. I slowed down so I would not catch up to him, but he stopped and frowned into the window of a jewelry store. Then he saw me. He turned and walked back, holding out his hand. "What's the matter, Nick?" he said. "Do you object to shaking hands with me?" "Yes," I said. "You know what I think of you." "You're crazy, Nick," he said quickly. "Crazy as hell. I don't know what's the matter with you." "Tom," I asked, "what did you say to Wilson that afternoon?" He stared at me. He said nothing. And I knew I had guessed right about the missing hours. I started to turn away, but he stepped after me and grabbed my arm. "I told him the truth," he said. "He came to the door while we were getting ready to leave. When I sent down word we weren't in, he tried to force his way upstairs. He was crazy enough to kill me if I hadn't told him who owned the car. His hand was on a revolver in his pocket every minute he was in the house." He broke off and spoke in a defiant way. "What if I did tell him? That fellow had it coming. He threw dust into your eyes just like he did in Daisy's, but he was tough. He ran over Myrtle like you'd run over a dog, and he didn't even stop his car." There was nothing I could say except the one fact I could not speak. It was not true. "And if you think I didn't have my share of suffering," Tom went on, "look here. When I went to give up that flat, and I saw that damn box of dog biscuits sitting there on the sideboard, I sat down and cried like a baby. By God, it was awful. I could not forgive him. I could not like him. But I could see that, to him, what he did was fully justified. It was all careless and confused. They were careless people, Tom and Daisy. They smashed up things and creatures, and then they went back into their money, or their huge carelessness, or whatever kept them together. And they let other people clean up the mess they made. I shook hands with him. It seemed silly not to. Suddenly I felt like I was talking to a child. Then he went into the jewelry store to buy a pearl necklace, or maybe only cuff buttons. And I felt that my old small-town squeamishness was gone forever. Gatsby's house was still empty when I left. The grass on his lawn had grown as long as mine. In the village, one taxi driver never drove past the entrance gate without stopping for a minute and pointing inside. Maybe he was the one who drove Daisy and Gatsby to East Egg on the night of the accident. Maybe he made his own story about it all. I did not want to hear it, and I avoided him when I got off the train. I spent my Saturday nights in New York. Those bright, dazzling parties of Gatsby's stayed alive in my mind. I could still hear the music and the laughter, faint but unending, from his garden. I could still hear cars going up and down his drive. One night, I did hear a real car there. I saw its lights stop at the front steps. But I did not go to see. It was probably some late guest, someone far away for a long time, someone who did not know the party was over. On the last night, my trunk packed and my car sold to the grocer, I went over and looked at that huge, confused failure of a house one more time. On the white steps, an obscene word had been written by some boy with a piece of brick. It stood out clearly in the moonlight. I erased it with my shoe, scraping hard on the stone. Then I went down to the beach and lay on the sand. Most of the big shore places were closed now. There were hardly any lights except a moving, shadowy glow from a ferry boat across the sound. As the moon rose higher, the unimportant houses seemed to melt away. Slowly I became aware of the old island that once bloomed for Dutch sailors' eyes, like a fresh, green breast of the New World. The trees were gone now. The trees that had once stood here had been cut down to make space for Gatsby's house. Long ago, those vanished trees had whispered to the greatest human dream. For a short, enchanted moment, man must have held his breath in front of this continent, forced into a beauty he did not understand or even want, face to face for the last time in history with something as big as his own wonder. As I sat there, thinking about that old, unknown world, I thought of Gatsby, too. I thought of his wonder when he first chose the green light at the end of Daisy's dock. He had come a long way to this blue lawn. His dream must have seemed so close he could almost take it in his hand. He did not know it was already behind him, somewhere back in the great darkness beyond the city, where the dark fields of the Republic roll on under the night. Gatsby believed in the green light. He believed in the wild future that moves away from us year by year.
It escaped us then, but that does not matter. Tomorrow we will run faster.
Tomorrow we will stretch our arms farther. And one fine morning... So we beat on, boats against the current, carried back without stop into the past.